Hello, good afternoon, welcome. I'm Wormslayer2146. It's Sunday, 9th of July 2023, and we're back after a couple days off. The super hot weather came back round just for a short bit weird really, but 2 days in the high 20s. Bit too much for me to be streaming. Just tried to hide from it as best I can, and temperature dropped a little bit today and forecasted to drop for the coming week, so should be able to stream okay going forward. Today might be a bit warm, but we've got the fan on, and then next week is supposed to be low 20s for the whole week, so hopefully we'll be able to get back to it. Sorry for missing a couple days, but there we go. Can only do what we can. We're going to play Shapez again today to carry on, rather than start anything new just for the end of the week. We will I imagine this being the last stream of Shapez that we do. We've begun building our Make Anything machine in the last session. It's currently capable of doing one belt or with 2 layers. So today we're going to scale that up so it's capable of doing 4 layers and duplicate it out so that we can do the full 12 belts that I want. A lot of copy pasting, a lot of drawing the input belts in from various different places and seeing how that all lines up, but ultimately that machine will then just function on its own without us having to fiddle with it all the way through to the end of all the content that exists in the game. And likewise, our upgrade Shapez are going to keep coming in as they are. There's a whole bunch of levels to unlock, but it would take days on end to get through them all, and in the meantime all you're doing is just sat there waiting for the numbers to tick in. I think if I'm wrong and there's some more content, then we can keep playing, we can keep streaming, absolutely, but I believe by the end of today's session we'll have seen all the content that there is in the game. There are a dozen Steam achievements I don't have. We could chase some of them down. None of them are terribly interesting, so I'll probably just do them afterwards like I did with Riftbreaker, wrap the game up after we've done streaming. The only ones that might be different are the speedrun achievements. I'm not terribly into speedrunning in general. We did the Factorio speedrun. It was interesting. The VOD of that is saved on the YouTube if you're interested in that kind of thing. Or the 8-hour target, we did it in something like 7.5 hours. Shapez has a target reaching level 12 in 30 minutes. So it's quite a different thing. I might give it a go, and if it's interesting we can stream some attempts. But yeah, I don't think it will be that interesting because I'm not aiming to be, good. Just to get the achievement and then leave it. And those are the reasons why I think we will just wrap up over the next few hours. We'll get our big old machine up and running. That'll be pretty cool to see that in action when it's all done. And then we'll see. Not a bad time to move on to new games anyway. Let us hop into it. Back into our big old factory. We're at level 45. Pretty good going. I think there's an achievement at 50, so we're almost to getting that one unlocked. Let's see how far we get today. I mean, I don't even know what level it starts changing the shapes. We should unlock missing pieces, 3rd layer and 4th layer at different parts. Not sure what order they go in. I feel like missing pieces is first. We'll start to see some shapes, 2 layers, but there's a missing quarter. And I have confirmed there's nothing unusual going to happen. There's not going to be any floating layers. A lot of people have said at most there's a quarter missing in the entire shape during the random generation. So the machine we've designed should work the whole way through as far as I'm concerned. Again, it'd be quite interesting if we discover at some point that I'm wrong and we need to make some kind of change to it. We'll see how it goes. And maybe I'll have some kind of brainwave about our trash cleanup process, our dumping process for the wrong shapes. As the switchover occurs, maybe some idea will come and we'll be able to tidy up better somehow. It's possible. It's possible I won't come up with any good ideas either. We'll see how that goes. Well, we're definitely going to need a lot of blueprint shapes, so let's make sure we get the blueprint shapes feeding in, because we're going to use a lot copy paste in here. It might even hold us back. A million's not a bad spot to start on. The actual progression should just keep going. It's a slow changeover from old shape to new shape, which has just happened. You can see the new one is now trickling through, and that will gradually speed up to be a full belt pretty soon. Our targets are still only 8 per second, so the process as we have it should be okay until that gets to 16 and a bit, or close to 17, I think. And when we've got 200,000 rocket shapes, we can do another round of upgrades, so we keep half an eye on getting 200,000 of them. Okay, I'm back up to speed with what we're up to. The first thing to do is, I guess, we need to leave space to turn this first one into a 4-layer machine. So the first thing to do, put the 4 layers in, even though we're not going to be using them until we unlock it. Then start building the next lines. Oh, that's level 45 complete. Didn't take long once it had switched on. I'm still tempted by the idea of turning it, so instead of 4 across, it's 4 up. We feed a whole bunch in. Not sure it'd work that well. I'm just a bit concerned about how far over we're going to end up in the end. Because then the 12th line is running such a long distance to get to the hub that when the shape changes, yeah, it might not make it there in time for the shape to change again. Which would be a bit interesting. We may have to do something about it. I'm not sure what we can do about that. And that might be the case even if we did do them 4 tall. Belts just be too long to get around the place. Again, 1 belt is fine for a long time, and then 2 belts is fine for even longer. And ultimately the 12 belts that I'm talking about putting in, we're never actually going to need 12. I think the maximum requirement is something like 200 per second, 200 and a bit. Which, yeah, you don't need 12 inputs to do that, especially with the number of upgrades you could have done in that time. We'll see how it goes, obviously. Or, you know, we're just going to leave the whole system running for a week on end, off stream, just to finish the game over. So the bit that I want to copy, I don't want the attaching bit at the top. I might just take from this side. We want that much, that's where the output is, and that encompasses all of that. We want to come down. We don't necessarily want the input lines, that's not far enough over. Interesting. Start way out there, so it's definitely, that's a bit high, but 1 space won't make a difference. Level 46 is done. I'm going to come down so that we get these straight inputs, and then we'll deal with where they're coming from, all the way over, and the overlap. Doesn't really matter on this layer. Could get the overlap just to help me line it up. And then we need to do the wire layer as well. I need to remember to do the wire layer. Let's grab all that and copy. Oh, that grabbed a bit that I didn't really want. Just wanted a bit of belt to line it up with, but there's a couple of machines. Shouldn't break anything. Might flush that storage by accident, don't know. Let's place it in. Check if I broke anything here. No, nothing changed. Perfect. Okay. Wiring layer. So when I grab, don't really know how much. Let's grab the whole lot. Copy it. Ideally, I don't want to connect it because I don't really want to make anything here for a bit. Where does it line up? I think it lines up there, so it is going to connect. How would I know? Well, it should be touching the machines in the bottom left bit there, so not there, definitely there. I think the bottom right, the rightmost belt should be with the rightmost wire overlapping, which is here. And vertically. Looks right. Yeah, go for it. There's an achievement unlocked, 5,000 bits of wire. Just going to disconnect that. And we've got no input stuff feeding in, so nothing's going to happen, I guess, until we do that, but even for now. I actually want to change it over, but I don't know for certain which layer is which. So, I guess I want to disconnect here, and we can plug in. At the moment we're only getting 2 layers, which I think we saw last week. They might not be level 1 and 2, they're like 1 and 3 or 2 and 4 or something like that. So I don't actually know which output here we're going to want, so we'll just leave it like that until we get a 3-layered shape, then we can move the correct inputs around. Hello Vileda, nice to see you. Hope you're having a good Sunday today. looks good for now. Let's get back to regular line, and ideally we're going to feed in all the shapes right of this edge. So this patch we know is good, but ideally we're not going to use it for this one. Although I can see there's more of them here, the shape we're after. We want to send in the shape where each corner is a different sub-shape type thing. A bunch of them there, which could be handy if we can't find any down here. Ideally we will. Oh, there's some. Circle, windmill, square. Yep, perfect. We'll take them. Keeps it simple. It's a whole bunch of them, actually. 4 lines of that. You are good. Glad to hear it. Learning some statistics. Sounds fun. I'm sure it's not bad. Learning good. Lost here. Plug them back in. Level 48 complete. Lovely. Still doing 2 layered shapes. Quite simple ones at the moment. But they are uncoloured. I think that might be new. Don't remember if we had any uncoloured before. That could be a change. Our machine is capable of handling that, so nothing to worry about. You need them for the 3rd year of uni. Missed some classes this year. Oh, fair enough. It's catching up kind of thing. Summertime. Good idea. Good to be a bit more, confident in those things if you missed out. Which order are these in? It's like red, green, blue. Yeah, red, green, blue. I've tried to not overlap where we can avoid it, but I don't think that really matters. It'd be like, yeah, put the blue higher up, so use this blue, then a green below it, and a red below that, if we can. Give that a go. Can we get 8 lines of blue out of here? I think we can. Definitely not fun. I gotta get done. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, be happy when you understand. Yeah, that makes sense. Been trying to learn more about making games in Unreal Engine. Past couple of weeks actually, but quite a bit this week. It's one of those things where, I have half an idea and I've played with it a lot in the past and you kind of build up some information, but I can even make things working without even properly understanding what's going on. It always feels a bit better when you know what's going on and why, and you're presented with a problem and you can kind of solve it, if you know what I mean. Your brain is capable. It's always a good feeling. Eight lines of green, so they're going to need to overlap with this. Just line them up to there. Go under in a second. So a new shape, still 2 layers. Yep. Interesting one. But, no different to what we've been doing. Red, we can use this one right here, hopefully. Line them up here as well, and then we'll go under. We'll just grab that much. Not the right amount, but there we go. That'll work. I don't want to use too much copy pasting outside of making the machine parts because I'm not sure we're making the bits fast enough to do it. How within the machine I've used white undergrounds. I don't think I've needed any underground on the inputs yet. I have. What did I use? I used the white ones. Okay. we'll do the same over here then. I do think they're a bit prettier. Well, 50 complete. It looks like something might have changed in the requirements. We need a 3-layered shape. Perfect. Something different. Okay. So level 50 you unlock the 3rd layer. And the shape itself is irrelevant really. This interesting combination of different bits and pieces here, but our machine's going to deal with that. We now need to plug the 3rd part in, which will be interesting. One thing I want to do first of all is on the wiring, check what we've got here. So this is the top layer, so that can stay as it is. Top layer on the right, yeah. Is that right? Yeah. So the bottom right one is the bottom layer, or perhaps the 3rd layer. And the bottom left is the middle one in this case. So the next one over, we want to be doing the middle, which we are already. Perfect. And the one we've just added, we want this side. I think I was going to go put under there like that with that signal. So this part will make the lowermost level, and we'll stick the next one on top of that, and then the final one on top of that. At the moment the machine's going to be building a 2-layered shape here and binning the whole lot of it. Yeah, because it's not correct. So we need to get this 3rd layer attached. We need to do 10 per second as well. It's quite a few. Well, we're not far off getting there though. Let's just get these colours plugged in. And I've just plugged the signal in, so actually I think once I plug these colours in it's going to do the layer. Then we need to do the bit at the top to combine the layers. That's all that's missing there. Might rearrange or something, as we grow this out. Because I wasn't entirely happy with the way it fits together, not quite square enough for my liking. Maybe we'll have a little fiddle with it in a second. Or maybe we won't, who knows. Made a mess of that by accident. Just tidy that up, there we go. A few more lines. And there we go. Been an idea to balance these lines together before the input. It doesn't matter once they're all plugged in, I guess. But that line is just to make white. So without it, no white. Don't know. Nothing dries up or anything, so I don't think it really matters. It's all infinite. Now they got some of the pieces together. They're just waiting for purple to be mixed, and then whatever belongs in the last one there. Maybe it's white or something. You can tell from the shape. Yeah, that's going to be white that they need. Let's go in and then release from here. There we go. Start doing all the parts. So I don't need a machine there yet. We do want one of these. Back one. But we want the output of it to run into this, which is interesting. Interesting how we do that. Let's grab that for now. It's going to go here. There? Yeah. And the output will just go up like that, I guess. Sure. But I do think we could do that better somehow. Moving this bit around, or maybe this bit around. If they could go up, and then that could go up, and then that could be... I don't know, just to square it off a bit better. I think I'd like to do something. Like that gap in the fog doesn't stay there or something, I don't know. Not a big deal, just would like to. For now, we just take our 3rd layer, and plug it in. We should get the right overall shape, and in the meantime, I want to add our carry on building, you know. If I grab that much, it didn't hurt to overlap it, did it? Let's grab that much. When the game's capable. There we go. It's only 70,000 to paste all this in. It does take us a while to make, doesn't it? Just out of interest, if we're making 4 lines of 17 per second, 68 per second, and we want, was it 70,000? Tell where that's going. That's number of seconds, so it takes us 17 minutes to get enough blueprint shapes to paste one of these, and we're going to want 11 times. So we need to leave the game running for 12.5 hours to make enough blueprint shapes to copy paste everything I want to build today. I've got some saved up. Enough to do a little bit, but not enough. So we're not going to get the whole thing built in today like that. We're not going to stream for 12.5 hours just to get that done. But you know, I think that was an achievement. Game having fun there. Surpassing level 50, although we're now on level 52, so it's delayed in getting it, I guess. Old shape's still flowing, sure. It'll be interesting how it all fits together when all the inputs are done. I don't know, we'll see. For now, we can just do the 4 inputs into that one in bottom line here, and it's all good, really. For a long time. Let's get all this sorted out. Wiring layer. Grab all that. Just cut a bit off the end so that when we paste it doesn't. Next time we copy paste it won't actually connect up if I leave that one. And over here, we now know the missing one is this, but that's not necessarily the bottom layer next time, because we don't know if the missing layer is the first, the second, the third, or whatever. So I think we have to leave that until we get a 4-layered shape, and then we might have to rejuggle the other ones depending on which is top. So I think this one on the top right is the top layer at the moment. So the one opposite it being the bottom wouldn't make sense. It'd make more sense if that's the 3rd layer, 1 and 3, or 1 and 2. We'll see when we get a 4-layer shape, which, you know, that could be a while. In the meantime, we can get our inputs plugged in as well, might as well. Which, we don't need all of this in the end. We've found plenty of these shapes around the place. We can use any old patch. Might as well use this one. Just double check. Star, circle, square, windmill. It'll do. One too many there. We will need to go like underneath it and over it and whatever, but that's fine. Not an issue really. Don't need to be that picky about how things are. Level 52 is done. Anything different? Nope. Probably won't be for a few layers, I guess. If it changed at 50, it's probably going to be like level 75 before something different happens. It would be cool if we do blue first, but that's probably not going to happen this time because there's not a lot of blue here. So I don't think we'll worry about that. Just take what we've got. Keep it more compact. It's equally as good as keeping it all unoverlapped or whatever. Now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There we go. Moving to this point. There are little gaps appearing on the belt every now and then, which bothers me. We took a brief look at it last time, and I think it's just like a rounding difference. Some things are slightly misaligned because the upgrades have become so granular. Just have to live with it. Every now and then the little gap appears between stuff. We know our throughput rate is still good. Could work out how long it takes us to get the rocket parts to do upgrades, but I think it'll be depressingly slow. It's, you know, it's a large amount, but the hub can't get any bigger, so if it takes like 2 hours per upgrade level, that's what it takes. It would be nice to do green then red. I mean, these are already super long, so it doesn't particularly matter. We could just do the green and the red here and cross them over a lot. Rather not cross them over a lot, I guess. Yeah, I guess. Let's go for this patch here. That'll be the green. And then we'll find a red patch underneath. It'll be fine. We'll find them. Level 53 complete. Next shape looks kind of funky, but it's still just a 3-layered shape. There's the last of the green lines for this input, which we're not even switching on at the moment, but there we go. So a red underneath there. Let's go with this one then. I don't think that's 8, so let's go with there. And blue. It's getting a little warm still. Just fiddle with a fan until I can get it good. That'll do. Surprising really how hot Shapez runs. It's not a complicated game. We have seen lots of things on the screen it can struggle a bit, or trying to copy a lot at once it can struggle a bit, and that could be making it run kind of hot. But you know, Factorio is a game that I always go back to being, it runs very cool, no unnecessary computer usage, so don't end up with 70 degree, 80 degree air pumping into the room for no reason. These fit under the line here. The next level now needs 11 items per second. Sure. It's kind of cool as well. Crossed swords behind a shield with a circle on top. Yes, every now and then a randomly generated shape will end up looking pretty cool. Not plugged in, and that'll be ready to go when we do get to 4th layer, whenever that is. Don't know. It might be a level 75, I guess. Could be. Maybe 100. Don't know. You know, good to have it ready. I guess we could plug in the other parts, but we'd need a. So we have a facility at the moment. Like if this quarter is missing, keep things flowing. We could put in a facility for if this layer is missing, keep things flowing, but it's a bit irrelevant in that once we unlock the 4-layer shapes, they're always 4-layer, never changes back or anything. So I can't really see the point of building that in. Just when we unlock it, we add the bits in that are currently missing. and for now leave it unconnected. There we go. Inputs are in, so I'm just not going to build. Wouldn't be on that one, it'd be on this one, and we'll add that in when we get to the 4th layer. And we could add in rearrange or mess around with rearranging things at this point. Might leave it. Might do the second line, feed the second line in, and then I can fiddle with the first line and the arrangement and get something I'm happier with without actually interrupting the process, because the second line will still be feeding. Or the simpler way, I build the next section in and fiddle with that one and keep the first lot running normally. That probably makes most sense. Cool. They're flowing in, mixed. So I'm not sure about it not having like a clean cut, you know, properly stops the line on the right. Doesn't, you know, there we go, we leveled up, doesn't really matter, but still. It's a funky shape. Sure. And that's cut. It's interesting. We'll see how it all goes. But yeah, let's copy this whole lot and then play around with it. So I'm going to grab all that. Cost me my 70,000 to paste it. I swear I've got extra items. I wonder if there's a maximum cost, like if it costs 70,000, it doesn't matter how many bits you add, it's never going to cost more than that. There, gap of 2 should be there. Gap of 2, they should line up. Looks good to me. These are the bits I want to change. I mean, first of all, this one's going to output 1 higher, at least, so not sure how we're going to deal with that. I want the output to be poking up, so we can just send it up 1 more. That'd be best if this machine was pointing upwards, but then the input for that doesn't lend itself to that. Maybe it can. If we... oh, we'll worry about the wires later, because I haven't pasted these ones yet and it will need messing around with as well. Just move that out of the way for now. What if we flipped them round? If you had this that way round, so the input at the top, the next one runs over and in. No, not really. The output from here can run over and in as well, but then the outputs are on the left-hand side. It would be better if they were on the right-hand side, which isn't an option because of the way the stacker points. You can only get that on the right-hand side if you go this way round. And then the inputs to the stackers can't come in from the top, so they have to be from the bottom. Can probably work around it somehow. Just cut all that. Grab these. Move them out of the way as well, just for a second. And I'm wasting blueprint shapes fiddling around with this, but you know, it'll be okay. Move them to that instead. Take this lot. Have it there with the output facing upwards. That's a good location for it. Level 56 done. We've got whatever we're making here, we need to run in like that. And then the one being made from next door is going to be coming over, not there, one up. And then down there and in. Do we want, yeah, we want to go in like that really to be consistent. So that's the one from the next square over, the next sub-factory level or whatever. And that one's there, so there's a bit of a gap here that's a little unusual, but not the end of the world. We could move the lines up, a bit arbitrary. It's not going to line up nicely whatever we do, so I think down here is fine. Stage before that is this one. If that was that way round, we wouldn't get the... oh, no, we've got some space. It can be that way round, but the other machine's going to take up more space than that, so this would be higher up. but it can be. Maybe we do try and make a box out of it. That could be there. We might move it to the left a bit, but you know, could be. Like so. And then this lot lined up on that edge. Far enough up. Don't think that's going to happen. Put it in for now, so if they ran all the way over, we're going to need to move it up by 2, which is a problem. Okay. So there, it's the right place to have them. That does square it off quite nice on the left. Don't know if they went higher maybe. We can just run the belts an unnecessary distance just to square things off, which is a bit silly, but we could. This lot. So the outputs are there, so I wonder about just putting it over here with these guys. One up would be good. Which is a bit of a mess. There. So it goes 2 down and is 2 away from that. Into there. 57 complete. Any change? Nope. Same stuff. It can carry on. It's kind of cool. In 2 away. Does it matter which way round these are? Which one's going on top? It does matter. It's a wiring thing, I guess, that we could change. Which ones? No, it doesn't matter. No, because they're 4 different corners. So yeah, it doesn't matter which way around they go. That's there. It's a little too high. Because we really want the top to be that line there. Bringing it down means, yeah, something. We definitely can't have this phase any other direction. Because we can't get those inputs in on the left without overlapping the right. Sure. Get the inputs on the left without leaving sufficient space unless we move it higher, but don't want to. If it faced upwards instead, so we ran the lines down just to run them up again, it's a bit weird thing to do, but we could. It might fit better. Potentially. Let's imagine we did that. Let me just move it out the way for a second. Cut all that. So these will just go up and back down. And they won't go too tall that time. And they could, I would say, go taller just arbitrarily to fill the space, but that's fine. That's consistent, more consistent. Take that lot, it'll be here, 2 over, and the belts need to run in. So we'd need to move this up. That might not work. If we left them 2 away and 2... that's going to end up way too far up. There's really the highest we could get away with. Down 1, yeah. Maybe. Just line this up. Be there and there. Ooh, there's a level 58 done. Nope, nothing new. Now we would go here. In theory. 2 up from there. That'd be there. Oh, that works. I think. Doesn't mean, yeah, it's kind of poking up a bit higher than the top of the machine on the right. Isn't great, it's kind of leaving that box, but that line's coming in from next door anyway, so it could line up with there, although, again, that's like a gap of 3 when a gap of 2 would be nicer. That doesn't matter. Could move all of that up 1, but it kind of lines up nicely with that, and it's corrected the bottom. Yeah. Or, you know, correct isn't really a thing, but whatever. Consistent. We could move all this to the left. Well, that's a bit arbitrary. Could change these outputs to point downwards instead. Now there's an idea. Could change these to point downwards as well. And then run them underneath at the bottom. I don't like that idea. That output would still go up. These would need to still feed in like that. It's not like it's ideal, but it could work. Let's have a look. So if we strip that line, use ones pointing the other way. Go to there. It's the same. Yeah, without the wiring, it's the same deal here. So let me just cut them. Copy this. But it'll need to go higher up. So why don't I line the top up with the top? We'll just use the maximum space, even if that's, you know. Run there. And then another one. Two away. All of it won't be there. Line these up and then work it out. So 1, 2, and that way. All the way under? Yeah, I think all the way under. We could do a... But actually, in this case, I think I'm fine with that. This one will end up lined up the same, which is nice. That'll be there. That goes in and that goes in. And this goes out to there, which keeps it in line with this one. Keeps the gap there 4, which, you know, 2 2s. And there's a big old gap in the middle here, but, you know, don't think that's avoidable. Could bring the input down here, which means that could move down. No, I think that's the way to do it, though. Just like that. So if I zoom out, there's no like fog within the box of the machine. I was lining up with the top of this, and the top is actually here. So I got that wrong. Which changes a few things possibly. Though I kind of really like this. Don't know. Just doesn't quite come together exactly how I want, I suppose. It's probably going to frustrate me forever. Could move that up. So it's in line with there. Doesn't really make any more space anywhere. Could have that down the bottom facing right. Potentially. It's just, you might as well just run the lines in big circles just to fill the gap in. Doesn't make so much sense. This is nice, if we can get the wiring looking nice within it. Some of the wiring might be unnecessary. Yeah, I'm not sure we can get the wiring that close together. Probably can. We'll work it out. So that's going to go in there. Although that's a bit far down, isn't it? We can't do that. Because we're going up and over the top, and so that needs to come in from higher. Okay, no, I do need to move it. Yeah, can't avoid that. Got that bit wrong. That's where the output line is. At its lowest, you know, for the initial one. So I'm going to move that up to be touching that. No. Going to move that to be 2 below there. Leave our usual gap of 2 like that. There we go, that's better. So we turn it around. No, I think that's the way. I mean, we could. There's like a gap here, really. I mean, how did we do it over here anyway in the first place? Put it up just because that is higher up. But we could. Don't think I'm against it. The one on the right needs to be the one being made in this square, so this could work. cut that back to here. Gap of 2, it'll be there. And yeah, gap of 2 again. Grab all that. It would be there. It might be nice to move it up one just so it's lined up. Not necessarily, actually, is it? The next one over, this will be going higher before it goes right. So there's good. Good enough. Might be nice to move it so it lines up with the machine below. Nah, don't think so. Although, yeah, maybe nice to move it up one because the sub-level outputs are going to be there. We want to go in a straight line into there, yeah. So the next machine over is going to output on this line into here. The last machine on the run, where it's got the 4-layer shape, might need to go up one more before it goes out to go over the next door neighbour. Or it waits until it reaches the next door neighbour and then curls around it. That might look better. Possibly. We'll see. Can fiddle with that when it becomes relevant. Well in the future. But yeah, there, unless we move it further to the left, there is good. Do we want it further to the left? It's whether this line is longer or this line out on the other side is longer. I think I'll go with the output for whatever reason. Go to there. Hello, Trollbait. Nice to see you again. Hope you're good. Hope you had a nice Sunday and all that. Filters might clog. Shouldn't do. Or at least they haven't yet. Although that's not necessarily a sign that they won't. This is a bit of an annoyance, where the ones that sit on the belt are very old until they become relevant. But, you know, it is what it is. Might clog. Should keep flowing. The output is always flowing. Good. Mostly going into the bin at the end. Here. Dunno. I mean, we've gone through a good number of levels so far, but I guess we haven't done any 4-layer shapes yet, so we don't know what impact that's going to have on things not flowing nicely. We're up to 62. Pretty good going. Don't remember where we started today, actually. It was like 46, maybe? Kind of flying through them. Quite a lot. That's good. That's the bit we're going to adjust. I think we will go over and up rather than up then over. Let's go with that. These can kind of stay as they are, but now we've got a big gap in the middle here. So I do feel like putting them back to how they were. It's just then that stage needs turning round, I guess. Which might work fine. Cut all of this. Slot at the bottom here. Re-grab what we got over here. $62 complete. Put that in there. Yeah, these outputs might change. Where's the edge? Send them all the way to the edge for no reason. Not sure about that. Although I guess the thing to do would be cut them down to there. Move that all the way over. And line that in. Thing is, a second output can store a few shapes, and if they don't get removed, shapes that come later won't have access to the secondary output. Interesting. If it gets clogged, I hadn't considered that. We need to test that, or take a look at it. It's an interesting point. We run a line into a filter. I need different shapes, don't I? Let me cut this and we can play with them. And I'm going to need a switch or something, I guess. If we run that shape in, how can I do this consistently? Run that shape in, and we get a bunch of spikes pointing out this way. Then the shape we want changes, and we want spikes that are pointing the other direction. That's helpful. Instead, the signal will release this, and everything flows okay. So it blocks up that way, but doesn't block here. If we then have a different shape, I don't think it'll make a difference. The system might not be working how you imagine. And due to a flaw that I would love to fix, I don't see a problem here. If you switch it back, then as soon as this is opened up, they flow through. There's no flow. It's instantly clogged. Yeah, but the output's not going anywhere, intentionally. Where you have a filter on here, the secondary output, the false, I guess that is, that's not going anywhere, intentionally. They're not being used or consumed. The filter's only here as an on-off, like to turn this belt on or off. Which if there was some other way of doing it, like you could just feed a switch to a belt to switch it on or off, then we'd use that. The only method I've found is to use a filter that is either on or off, sending them into the clogged direction so they don't move, or into the unclogged direction so they do move. And that's all we need to do. It's either moving or not moving. The bad shapes aren't being... Because it would be nice if the bad shapes were being binned there. Get rid of them. We don't need them. But instead, they're just being fed through and binned here, right at the end. If the final shape is wrong, bin it. That's not ideal for me, but it's functional. It's the same with the colours as well. It's just stopping or starting them here. These ones, yeah, same deal. I think. So it'd only really be an issue if we wanted that output to go somewhere. And the only place we would want it to go is into a bin, so it's not like the end of the world. The signalling would get a bit more confusing if we did that, though. We can look at that, but I don't think we need to. Doesn't seem like we need to, although... Are we good on 13 per second? We seem okay. Numbers going in. Yeah, there we go. 64 complete. There's level 65 ready. Should be okay. Where's my current one? Here we are. So I'm now missing this lot. No. Yep, that lot. Which I want to feed into there. But I bet there's not room to run them over, so probably just going to be this way around. Or over here. Could do it over here. Can't quite line the outputs up nicely. Let's check that. If I want my gap of 2. And then gap of 2. It's not quite right, but there we go. Where is the output? Yeah, too far north. Okay. So can't do, can't necessarily do that. Can just simplify it. But I want to, not have any gaps, so I do kind of want it further up. So that dark gap there gets enlightened by it. But that is arbitrary. You can send the belts this way, then that way, then this way, just to fill that gap. What we can't do is line up the output with that input, because we'd overlap that belt, be too far up. I do think just in line with these machines is best, but if we do that, it doesn't light that up. Okay. Can't line that, so yeah, it is just putting it in an arbitrary spot in the middle there. As we do this, we could do this. Ooh, that's half an idea. I'm going to line that up, so gap of 2. That would be there. And the bottom here, we can't have a gap of 2, damn. It's not ideal then. Because the distance between them, I think it matters less there. So I'm going to grab that. Have that one lined up good. There? No. Too far over. Level 65 done. One there, which makes more of a gap than necessary. Okay. But my main deal is I want a gap of 2. So they need to end there. So I think I'm cutting that much off the back. Them there. So they're 2 away. It's a bit arbitrary. Doesn't matter. It's fine. That's fine. That's not square though. I want it to be square. Because of how they are, I think this comes down. These move over. I'm going to get a square that's 2 by 2 there. I think that'll do, even though whatever, you know. They're in like that. That goes up to there and in. And there's still a dark spot in the middle. Damn. Okay. That doesn't get rid of that dark spot. It does line the top up very nice though. I do like that. So it is just these machines, which I guess I just wish it was more complicated so I had more machines to fit. What can we do? We just juggle them around and fill it in with belt or whatever. Could use belt to write a message at the gap. Be kind of cool, kind of like tile displays. No. You can make a big display or something we could put here that just shows the shape it's making or whatever. Could use this space to grab the incorrect pieces and bin them. If we can identify them, which isn't impossible, you know, if we come back here on the layer. This line is carrying null. So we could have a filter that heads into a bin on the output here that reads that signal, and if it's not the right thing, bins it right here. Make the changeover quicker. Could do the same down here. Whatever's on, and this is kind of a bad spot to be checking, I guess. This section's outputting quarter square in the top right. So we could read a filter that's right here and bin off any that's not that, and that would clear through quicker. Not, it wouldn't clear through quicker, would it? It doesn't matter where you bin it, it's flowing at the same speed, it's flowing at 17 per second everywhere. So whether we bin it at the start or bin it at the end, the difference is whether this bit of belt up here is covered in incorrect shapes or covered in a gap. If we start binning the incorrect stuff down here, it'll just be a gap up here. So it wouldn't actually make any difference to the throughput or anything. If we binned these bits off here, I mean, that might make a difference when you switch over. Yeah, if the bit that sat here was always the active shape piece, doesn't matter. Because the active shape piece becomes irrelevant as soon as the shape changes and you need... No, I don't think. As far as I can tell, it doesn't make any difference. There's no point in trying to tidy it up in the middle of everything. You might as well just tidy them up at the end. Perhaps because of the length of the belt means the output from each layer is coming at a different time, so it would make sense to bin off the bad layers before they reach the stacking. Potentially. The one on the rightmost spot becomes correct quickest. But again, you either get an empty gap or the wrong shape. It doesn't matter which. Yeah, I can't see the point. A bin right here at the end is fine. We could even feed them into the hub. You don't need to bin them, we could just feed the bad shapes into the hub. The main issue with that is how the storage can only hold one type of shape. So these could become... the belts immediately behind these could get clogged up as it switches between shapes. But that shouldn't make any difference. No, the difference is every time we feed a bad shape into the hub, we're not feeding an upgrade shape. So to get maximum number of upgrade shapes in, we do want to bin off the bad shapes at this stage. Yeah, okay. So I'm actually happy with how it is. I think it's fine. I think. I'm quite surprised if I'm getting it right, things are correct in my head. I'm surprised at how easily this has come together. I was expecting it to be more complex, or to just miss more things. I guess I just got lucky maybe with what I noticed when we started building. Possibly. I think the way to fix this is the obvious one from earlier. You just position this arbitrarily in the middle. So in line with that, more than 2 away. Halfway maybe? Can we measure that? It's 10, and then without a gap of 2. Let's count from here. 1, 2. That's 10. So it's an odd number. That's annoying. Of course it is. Because that's 3 away from there in order to line up with the output from next door, which is to do with all this stuff. Not being an even number. That's a shame, but I don't think we can change that. So that's 2 away from there, 1 away from there, so I might just add the gap of 2 in the top. Move it down to be in line with that. And in line with them. That's there. Doesn't really matter. That though is different now. They should be further to the left. Right. Yeah, they should be. So level 68 done. Should be there. Two away, that goes up and into there. And that's outputting there. Keep it 2 away and feed it into that machine. There's no dark spots around here. There is weirdly big empty gaps, but yeah. There might be some other way we could condense bits of this down, but with the way the belts are flowing, I think, it's the best I'm going to get. I'm quite happy with that as a layout. So I do just want to replace the old ones. We'll do that in a bit. First we need to sort out the wiring here. So if I grab the old wiring. We just need to work out what's changed. So all the colour stays the same. Careful it doesn't accidentally overlap anything else. Seems fine. These should be lined up with these outputs here, so that's... And then their outputs are heading to there. Interesting. Try to make a low garbage man was too much of a concept to work out. Yeah. I just don't think there's much point. I think the length of belt and stuff makes it kind of irrelevant. You don't want the wrong item going in, then as soon as a symbol changes... The issue... So the symbol changes, the stuff you're outputting from the beginning of your process changes immediately. So that's good. It's everything that's sat on the belt ahead of it. And it's like it's on the belt already. You've already got the garbage. The only way to change that would be calculate how much of a throughput, how many items you need to achieve the throughput you need, and create only that many, and then stop. You don't know what the next shape is, so until they reach the hub, you might as well be throwing stuff in the bin. Yeah, it doesn't make much sense, really, to try and do anything else, I don't think. Maybe some very complicated thing I can't imagine, but yeah, I can't think of it really mattering. Could be wrong. Do something different here. I don't know if we might do something different at the input. Yeah, just, like I say, too much of a concept to work out. Yeah, definitely not worth it. I would say. Like we're blasting through levels even with this, the amount of garbage we're making, which is quite a lot, considering how many silly lines of belt I put everywhere. I think I just need to move that to there, or after it would be fine. Move it there. And that line feeds in. Or is that neater? I think it's kind of neater there. Yeah, we'll run with that. And then this lot can be pretty much the same there. Those signals are coming from over here. Don't know why those green lines crisscross. I don't know why, but do they need to? Yeah, I guess they do. This one needs to go to the top filter, that one needs to go to the bottom filter. Okay. That's fine. That moves over there. That line goes to there. Step 1's gathering shapes and stacking them into full shapes. Paint those in all 7 colours. Sort them into... Cut them into top. Well, sure. Throughput was too low. Interesting. It's an interesting idea, though. Instead of storing quarter shapes and colours, store coloured quarter shapes. It's a pretty interesting idea. Different approach to it. Because we've just got quarter shapes stored and colours stored, but you could colour them all initially and then just release the specific ones you want from like a bigger storage. I think the production cell would be bigger to do that. Storage would obviously be bigger. But that is a pretty interesting way of doing it. And would lead to less garbage. Sat on belts or whatever. Interesting. It's all very interesting, obviously, but yeah. Now that's all fine. They're outputting there, but the difference is they're not going up there anymore. So do we want to feed those signals to the left instead? Doesn't make a difference. And they need to feed into the opposite filter. So this top, or the left line over here, its belt runs to the bottom, so that's going to the top filter. We're going to need to cross there to send that into that filter. That should be fine. If we sent... If we send that signal the other way, it could be on green wire. If we send that the other way, it can't, so I don't think that matters. Not worth fiddling around just to get it on green wire. Oh, we could do, actually. I don't think that... As much as I'd like everything to be on the same coloured wire, I don't think it really matters. Or, you know, to separate different elements by wire colour. I think using it to avoid overlap is a better use of the two colours. It's fine as it is. But that's good, you know, that's all lined up good. I think. Wiring and production, and there's no radar gap. So yes, I would like to swap the other ones over to be like this, but for now, we should, I guess, make a full production line of these. Does it matter? Let's switch everything off, don't I? We'll keep it running for now, but, and keep building out the next row. There'll come a point where we need to switch everything off. I guess when we get 4 layers unlocked, then the original 4 here I'll reorganise into this layout. That'll be fine. I might just put 4 of these in now. We can grab it good. Get the overloop too, why not? Low game. Thinking about it. There we go. Get the overlap. Yep, so there's the second. There's the third. And the fourth one's actually different, isn't it? There's the fourth. Fourth doesn't have an input here. It doesn't need to combine with any of the previous stuff. So the fourth one just runs straight on like that. It's perfect. Don't need the bin there. Runs into that one, gets combined. That runs into this one, gets combined. That runs into something. What has happened? Miscounted? No. 2, 3. That layer gets combined with that layer, so we've got 2 layers. 3 layers. 4 layers. This needs to go 1 higher because this is the second machine. And on the end here, filter into bin, and we add an extra bit of wire. That goes into there, but it has a knot on it, I guess. Find the original over here. No, it just sends... Oh, right, yeah. It sends a signal and the good signal goes straight. So, yeah, just sends a signal in. Good. And that... Though it might be premature. Yeah, these are in the way at the moment. We'll need to tidy that up before we send this all the way over. But that's fine. So the output for that. So that is a 1-line make anything machine there. Which I should not have tried to grab. That's way too much. Game will wake up in a second. Or it won't. A shame that the here we go. The copy pasting system isn't capable of grabbing this much. They know, they're pushing you to build a machine that does this. They know how big that's going to be, but they weren't able to get that kind of technical efficiency into the game, I guess, to make it work good. Hopefully in Shapez 2 that you're able to grab more bits to copy without having performance issues. We'll see. The game started as quite a small thing, so I'm not too surprised that it has some issues like that, you know. I was just thinking what we've got there in that row is enough for 2 belts. and I want 12 pelts, so 6 times that heading in this direction. It's going to be unnecessary, I think. Very, very unnecessary. Might just not do that. But I can't see me rearranging it at all, though. This is fine. You know, we might just go up to 6, I think is what I worked out would be the most needed if you get all the upgrades done. Which, depending on your progression rate versus your upgrade rate, I don't really know how that will end up. I have a feeling you need to progress faster than you can upgrade. If upgrading is going to take, what was it, like a week of just leaving it running or something? Which reminds me, actually, we can afford a full round of upgrades again. 8.7 times speed. It's not going bad. Nice if the upgrades went in faster, but you know, we need the blueprint shapes more at the moment. Let's get our inputs flowing while we wait on unlocking the... Actually, we're pretty close to unlocking the need for a second line in, so we're going to need these inputs. We need our fun mixed shape within this vertical slot, which doesn't look like I've got any nearby. Let's keep going down. Up there, that's right, but it's been overwritten by that red. I don't think we'll get 4 lines neatly, but you know, it's there if we need it. That's almost the right thing. That's the right thing. Windmill, square, circle, star, yes. Not sure how this lines up though. Let's put that there to remember. I think it's good. We might need to be on the right hand edge of it. Make sure that we're going left and then up. There we go. Oh, an achievement. Over 100 different shapes have been put into the hub. Oh. Trouble, you got to jump. No worries. Thanks for popping by. Nice to see you. Have a little chat. Always good to see you. Enjoy the rest of your day, whatever you're up to. Drink that, man. It's a good layout. It's not bad. How that lines up. Just getting the colours around this neatly might be something. Oh, it did end up just being a straight line. That's cool. I'm fine with it. Computer's not running that hot. 57 degrees in there. Other games run hotter than that. Just I am warming up quite a bit. It's supposed to be that hot today. Don't know. No idea. Not actually measuring the temperature in the room. And I think my heating thermostats are just wrong. What was it? Yesterday or the day before? The upstairs thermostat was reading 28.5, 29, something like that. The downstairs was at 23, which, yeah, it was colder downstairs, sure, but one of those was probably not right. I guess they're not trying to be 100% accurate. Red, green, blue. So if blue's our last one in, we've got blues right here. That's good enough for me. There, let's go for that. Green next would be nice. Back there won't line up good, so I guess we go with this slot. Any green patch that gives us 8, which is going to be more possible now, I guess, as we're heading further away from the hub. We can get bigger patches of stuff, even though we're not heading further down. It's a bit, I don't know, expect it to kind of be the same as we work over, but we are getting further because it's circular, I guess. 7, there's the 8th. Ooh. This level's shape is different. No, it's not. I just couldn't see the pointy bit on the bottom layer. It's still just 3 layers, all of them full, some of them uncoloured. But you know. We are capable. There we go. 74 complete. This is level 75, but it's nothing different. There's your greens, so the reds, there's one there, I wonder if we can line that up okay. This one seems unlikely. There's another one below. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, yeah. Try here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I think that does work. Feed it in a straight line, yeah, perfect. Keeps it neat. So this level is now asking for 16 per second, so our belt's running at 17 and a bit. It should happen. We are creating a whole belt's worth. Guess we'll see. The way that it gets fed into the hub is a bit inconsistent, so we'll see. The inputs for the first layer here, just going to fill in this storage, I guess. I'm not going to plug the signal in yet, which reminds me actually. We want this a bit different. Let me grab that much of the wiring. That belongs there. Just going to fill in that bit. We can grab all that again. Try and copy. There we go. You should plug straight in. There and there. No. There's no undo button. Cut that. There we go. That's better. It's lined up right. I'm just going to cut that at the end there. Oh, it already is. Yep, perfect. So that's not going to attach to the next one. All good so far. Level 75 done. So yes, that's the crossover point. We're at level 76 and it is 4 layers. No missing quarters yet. Might not happen until later, or it might be random and hasn't happened yet, even though it could. I don't know. 4 layers we're not currently doing, and 16 per second, which we should be capable of. So we'll fiddle around with... I've finished inputs on this one. I need to do more inputs to finish this lot off, but I think we'll fix up the initial belt's worth and then get that running on the 4 layers. So I'm just going to switch the signal off. You might want to actually like put a switch or something in there to do that. How do you do that? Let's move it back one. You'd have like a transistor. Can I flip it? Yep, with a switch. And then if you hit the switch, it feeds the signal in, and if you unhit, then it stops it. Yep. I like having that there. Okay. I don't think that's going to like clear the belts out or anything, but at least it stops it trying to do stuff while I fiddle around a little bit. I'm going to grab So the wiring that needs changing, just going to grab on that there, which is probably actually going to cause a mess with whatever's still on the belt. No big deal. We're about to delete those belts anyway. And, you know, it's going to feed some junk into the hub, and so be it. Not the end of the world. Then, what do I need to cut? Let's just cut all of that. Everything after the colouring in. That's all the joining as well, because that's going to be aligned differently, I think. That, but we know that that bin's going to stay there. Okay, and then the new layout is here, so I'm going to grab like all of this. Yeah, it's probably going to end up spending more blueprint shapes than we need to, but oh well. It'll set us back on the expansion just a little bit. Line all those machines up there. That should be correct. There. Yeah. All the belts and stuff look in the right place. And this is the last one? Yeah. Where does it go? It goes there. Okay. There's a fourth one, so that's doesn't have that line in, doesn't have these machines, just feeds its output forward, but one lower because I've copied from the next full machine over, so it should be there, feeding into that machine, one lower, feeding into that machine, feeding into that machine, feeding into the filter for the bin, which is just, yeah, not receiving a signal at the moment. That's correct. Kind of annoying. That stops the whole belt up if I flick that switch. Want it to keep running into the bin. Might want to move. How we do that somehow. I could move this switch to here, I guess, but that will only affect that layer. I kind of want it to affect the whole run. Maybe we want to switch for every machine, or maybe I just want to remove that and deal with the mess that gets made. Like, who cares? It'll tidy itself up and everything is free in the game, so I don't really need to worry about it. And the output of there is going into the balancing, feeding into the hub. All the way back here we have the output of the next one. That should run along the top unimpeded. Yep. And straight into the balancer. Perfect. When it's actually up and running and making stuff, that'll be excellent. That should mean wherever it is, we're making the... we're capable of making the 4 layers, but now we need to go back and look at how we're feeding the layers in. Layer number... Wait, what? Am I wrong? No, 1, 2, 3, 4 layers. Oh. Okay. It doesn't do what I thought it did. It doesn't cut it in half at the first cut, a virtual cutter. Not cutter. Virtual unstacker. Extracts the topmost layer. Right. Okay. This is different to what I thought happened. Fine. Just need to reorganise this first bit of wiring. A little bit. It's not cutting it in half, it's just taking the top layer, so... It's annoying that the other layers don't run in a straight line. The next one's down here. And then you end up in a weird circle that I don't like, so... We're going to do that. I think I am. Other way around. Oh, but then they're going to join up. That's annoying. Okay. How could we do this differently? If we came up to there and then... No, that's the signal that goes into this one. Even that's not great. And the next... The next one you do is going to mix the signal, so you definitely need a gap in every single time. And that needs to be up a bit. How did we have it? Just spacing wise. Grab that again. I don't know, separating that up line from this in line might be nice. I know. No, I don't, but I kind of do. We're going to do it a little different, yeah. Instead of running one line into every layer, the one line is the main initial line that's going to run into the first machine. Here, for example. Then every machine afterwards it's not going to run into. You have a second line. So we just cut them now. So I don't get confused later. Seems good. Okay, so the initial shape is going to run there and it goes into every machine. But the sub-machines doing individual layers, we're going to have a second line. Back to the beginning. Okay, there's still interesting things we're finding here then. Wasn't August good to go today? No boring sitting around doing nothing so far. There's stuff happening. So that's going up to tell it what to bin. That should stay the same. We're then going to have wherever line comes off and we virtual unstack. Shape that we're doing on this layer, which is the top layer, so it's always, that's the one we want to do here, the topmost layer, and then the next one over we want the next layer down. So we're then going to take this line and run it along. So that could happen there. So let's move that down. That'll be there. Good. Kind of. This line's then one down. Don't want that. So when this gets over to the input lines of the next layer, it's here. Just want to go up one and back over. Don't like that. But I don't think there's any avoiding it. Yeah. It needs to be like that. There's no avoiding it, no. Kind of nice if just move that forward a bit actually, thinking about it. Feed that in, that up. And same here, where do we do that wiggle is the main thing. If it was the other way round, we could feed in a straight line. No, you can't, because the inputs at the bottom. Just how this unstacker is shaped, don't really like it. But I'll live, obviously. We'll find something that lines up all right. That's fine, it's just whether we send it back up here, I guess, instead, immediately afterwards. I think we do that. Yeah, I'm happy with that, I think. We just cut this. Join them up again with a gap or two. Oh, but we need to, yeah, to have the wiggle there, we need to have a gap or two. Sure. Sure. That feeds into there. That layer goes in. Next layer wiggles around and over it comes. And each time we just take off the one layer that's needed here. That works pretty well, all in all. Should have read how things work before building them, but never mind. We're working it out now. That's that layer. This one wiggles around and over it comes. And then unstacker there is unnecessary because there's only one layer left, so that can just feed straight in. Okay. Good. We should now be making a 4-layer shape. Things are moving. Things are happening. It's probably going to be wrong because of how much I was fiddling around there, but there we go. Eventually they'll get the right shape. And that is better. So, kind of feel, just to simplify things, I should cut this whole thing and redo it. Maybe I can just cut the bottom. Try that. Not sure how it's going to go. Grab from there, include that layer to that point, maybe. Maybe like on the right hand edge there. Looks good. As long as the inputs on each one are. Yeah, that's fine. Little wiggle when it comes through there, not ideal, but there we go. Would be nice if it went straight. It's not like an alternate layout, is it? No. Wishful thinking. And that feeds in there. And that heads on the original shape signal to head forward. For the next line, full machine. That just needs... Where are we? Oh, I don't want to plug it until I get the inputs in. That's fine. It's ready to plug in. And we could now control individual machines here in this gap. Why don't we do that? It's a little... like between the lines there is a weird place to have a switch, but it is where it is. We put transistor and switch. Yeah, I kind of like the idea of having it, personally. So I'll just add that in all the way at the start. We could also disable individual layer production cells, but I don't think we'd ever have a need to do that. Not that I can imagine. We do that, and when we switch it on, it carries on working, hopefully. So that one is switched on. And I've zipped way too far. I can plug that in, because that's switched off at the moment. When we get the inputs done, we'll switch it back on. Seems good. Let's carry on with inputs then. So in this vertical cell, I'm looking for that magical shape, which we do have immediately. No, we don't. That's missing windmill. Okay, that's missing square. That's missing windmill. A lot of them missing windmill. Missing windmill, sure. Spiky windmills, yep, this is it. 4 lines from here. Feed them in. Quite a distance, but that's fine, probably. Some of these lines we're undoubtedly going to need to juggle stuff around quite messy because it's where the patches fall in the world. No big deal. So, red, green, blue. Can we get a nice blue patch first? That one's no good. This one I'll have to do. Level 76 complete. There we go. The 4-layer is working just fine. We should just carry on. Cool. Get the blues plugged in. Preferably without making a mess like that, but never mind. There's blue. Next would be green. which if we can get it from this patch, then perfect. It's a set of 8. A good spot. Its shape isn't right yet, I guess. It's going to be a longer changeover than it has been before now that it's 4 layers, because we need to wait for that 4th layer to get correct and fed in, which is going to take a bit longer than the 3rd layer took previously. But like I've been saying, I don't think there's any other option. I don't think there's any way of speeding it up. The length of the belt is the length of the belt. It's either wrong shape or empty belt. There's nothing to change with how we've got things, but it's going to be a bit longer on the changeovers now. Is what it is. Patch of red. This is a bit far over. We can use it. Otherwise, we've got to cross over with one from down here. So I guess we will. As long as we can leave a gap behind that's at least 2. Which we can. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So they could go there. Not any further forward. Here's your first one. .77 complete. Once the shape makes it to the hub, it doesn't take long at all to get the success. Just, yeah. It's a bit of a weird... I'm curious as to how it will change when the throughput rate becomes much higher or whatever, but it is a bit of a weird one how much wastage there is involved in the whole process, just from the length of everything. It takes a couple of seconds to meet what you're after. I think the previous setup, you know, the preset levels before this random stuff, where you needed to build up to like 50,000 or 100,000 of the same shape, kind of preferred that. You have to keep running the shape in for a while, makes it more meaningful that you did it. Perhaps if the upgrade shapes also changed, that might be interesting. And yeah, in general, if you've got more signalling around, that might be relevant. Because I can't, other than making this kind of machine, I can't much see the point of many of the tools we've been given. And obviously I've made this machine one way. There are other ways of making it, I guess, which means you might use these tools in a different fashion, but I don't know, it just seems like they're there just to do this one thing, and the game has no objective that encourages you to use them to do anything else, so I don't know, maybe Shapes 2 will do something more interesting with it all. It'll be interesting to see. So those are the inputs for that layer. We've got 2 more layers to do in this machine. So in this vertical slot, we're looking for our magical shape again. Not got windmill on that one. Do on that one. Almost didn't notice, but that is circle, square, windmill, star. Perfect. We'll move that to that edge I'd like. So that's the outside one. See how that lines up. Oh, fine, plenty of room there. It's a long way down, but there we go. Plenty of room to get it plugged in. I was lagging a bit. I think we were talking last stream, or maybe the stream before. Typically getting 200 frames a second. I'm now getting 180. Wonder if we can slow it right down. If we do build in all 12 possible lines, will that affect it? Or is the lower frame rate today just because my computer's a bit hotter? Okay, red, green, blue. Shame, but let's try and follow what we've been doing. Do blue here. If my mouse will play along. I wonder if I could open it up and fix it. I doubt it somehow. There's the 8th. Let's get them plugged in. Must be a worn switch or a damaged switch or something. Sometimes when I'm trying to scroll down, it's reading that as scrolling up, or scrolling both ways at the same time or something. It's generally not doing what it's supposed to. It's blue, which blocks off a lot of this red anyway. That one. Here's the green. Hopefully we can find a good red underneath. I'm sure we can. So 8 of them, get them lined up. It's now at 17 units a second, so we're going to need this second machine pretty soon. And I guess at this rate that we're unlocking levels, we're going to need a third machine pretty soon, which is interesting. May be held back by a number of blueprint shapes, although obviously we can build one of these machines without copy pasting. Just might take a while. Maybe we need to change up what we've done. Instead of having 12 inputs from this, because it does seem unnecessary, we could double our blueprint production. I think I might. It's not a crazy idea, actually. I think we might have 8 lines of blueprints. It will slow down our upgrade shapes coming in. Or, you know, we just leave the game running for a week. Fine. And it won't really matter what it's being choked by. Level 79 complete. I think we're definitely going to reach level 100 today. I wonder how far we can get in stream. I wonder if anything changes. I mean, we're at level of 4-layer shapes. I haven't seen any missing bits, so I guess that might be one that comes later. Maybe at level 100 they start missing bits. But we've already built that into our factory, so we just kind of need to prove that it works. And then, you know, it's good. The factory can be left to do it. It's green, there's the red. Oops. Not to miss any bits. Won't work as well. We good? Looks good. All the colours, all the shapes, that's that layer. One more layer to do in this machine. So we're looking for that magical shape again within this vertical area. No windmill on that one. Nope. No circle on that one. No windmill on all of these. Wind is blowing, affecting all the blinds, but I can't actually feel the wind. A fan too strong, I guess. Though still overheating, so I'm not going to change that. Take a bit of a walk in a bit, go down to the cooler bit of the house. Not seeing our magical shape here. I have to pull it from a next door. How far down are we? A long way. Okay. So maybe the first time we pull it from next door. It's the furthest down we've been so far. This one. No. No, we've gone further. Okay. We've gone a long way on the first one. Okay. Keep looking down a little bit and no square on that one. Nope. Doesn't look like it's going to happen here. Ooh, level 80 completed. No change, but sure. Nice round number. Not seeing our magical shape, so as I say, let's adjust this one. Move that up to the top there. We can have another 4 there. It's not ideal because the gap isn't 2 between them, so maybe send the other ones down so there's a bigger gap between them, just in case. Send them both down with the gap. No, I can't do that either. Okay, so we can send this lot down like that. Need these ones on these lines. Just cut all that. There we go. And that one there. And then, yeah, we'll feed that. Yeah, just so that there is a gap between the lines. They're going to go all the way over and up into the next machine. It was bound to happen eventually. It's, you know, I had the choice of just keep going down until we do find it. It will happen eventually. But I think this is a bit more sensible. Hopefully the next cell doesn't need us to pull from this same patch as well. Fingers crossed. One limitation of the way that we have built our machine has to be fed with this mixed shape. It would be pretty interesting to build one where you could feed any shape in and it cut it up and then fed what came out into the correct storage. That'd be interesting. It can be done. Don't think it can be done particularly effectively, efficiently. This is a lot neater and tidier, but it could be done. Okay, there's the input for that, and we're going to do colours as well. Here's the blue to begin with. To there. At this rate, I don't think we're going to get 12 lines of this up and running in today's stream, but that wasn't particularly an objective, I guess, just to grow it. Might have been interesting though, if we could have gone that big. There's blue, so green next. Let's go for that one. Level 81 complete. Still just need 17 a second. Should be able to do it with the one feed. And don't see any missing parts of this way. Oh, there is one. Interesting. So it's not level 100, it's before then, at some point. The top layer on this is missing its bottom left corner. And if we succeed this level, that'll prove that our system can handle the bottom left corner missing. Not necessarily the other corners, but probably because it follows the same logic. Wrong spot there, that's better. Zipping around and the belts aren't even full by the time I get back and forth. Well, that'd be pretty interesting if I could get all the upgrades done as well. I don't remember what the maximum speed is. It's like 1,000 tiers of upgrades to do, but they get progressively less valuable. I don't think the speed is like super fast compared to 17 a second. I think it might go up to something like 25 a second at most. Maybe a little bit more. Be interesting to see, but I think it'll take a very long time to get there, as we're saying. There's a red. That'll do us. One space there. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There we go. Bring them up. Some markers on the map as we go out, the start of each machine maybe, the end of each machine, the outputs. No, I think the start, where the switch is. We'll put map markers where the switches are, so I can zip around a bit as we grow even bigger. And there is a achievement for placing a bunch of map markers, which actually I should just place a bunch and then delete them rather than trying to get the right number. Not a big one for doing achievements in general. When there's an opportunity to get all of them, 100% achievement completion on Steam for a game, I tend to push for it. And just naturally playing through Shapes, we got them pretty close. Same as with the Rift Breaker. Just playing through it on stream, we got pretty close to them all, so mopping up the missing ones is not bad by me. So I'll give it a go, after we're done. Where is the switch then? That red little marker there is the transistor or whatever. So that is MAM 2, number 2. It's the second machine. Yeah, just call it that. And number 2. Oh, is that? Oh, interesting. If you make it on the wire layer, then when you click on it, it takes you to the wiring layer. I don't actually want that to happen. So I guess that blue dot there is the switch. And number 2. That's better. Interesting that it does that. Kind of cool. I like that. This switch here is MAM number 1. Perfect. Not sure about these upgrade mining, upgrade finishing. Do we need them? Yeah, doesn't hurt to have them. Because alphabetically our MAM cells are going to come up first, so that is good. Blueprint shapes, do we want to do more? Maybe. I think we leave it, really. It takes the time it takes. What's going on here? They're not flowing out because we don't have one in each storage. It's a bit irrelevant. Is it a bit irrelevant? Should I change the way that the hub is configured so they just always flow in? Not sure the switching system's doing much. It is here where we can switch between upgrade and blueprint. And, we need the blueprint at the moment. Here I'm not so sure. It might become more relevant at some point when I want to switch off the upgrade to force. No interference. I don't know. It's an idea, you know, what we're doing here at the hub, and I don't think it's really working. I don't think it's really necessary, and yeah, just generally not sure about it. So, you know, we'll leave it for now. It's working. We're getting levels. I say. This cell isn't moving. There's nothing outputting. Okay, we might have a problem with our machine. Did I do something? Did I flick a switch by accident? We can switch the second one on, so if I can find where I left the switch for that. Well, it's under that marker, of course. Let's switch it on. Should start making something, and then we'll look at why this is not letting any shape out. So I'm guessing top layer. Yeah, this shape. Okay, we're missing a part. That might not be working. Okay, interesting. Okay, first I want to finish the earlier thought I had. Can I just... Do I need to have a certain number at the same time, or just have made a certain number in a file, or... There we go. Have 15 map markers, I guess, at the same time. Job done. Achievement unlocked. Let's delete them off. There we go. Right, well, let's look on MAM number 1, level number 1. That's where we appear to have a problem. Because this is not outputting anything. So our new wiring, that'll be the problem. How many people noticed that a little while ago? I was copy pasting the wiring and I forgot to actually copy paste the wiring. Need to get it in the right spot. I think it's there. Not there. Bit lost actually there. None of that looks right. Oh, I just made a mess of all this. Let's check over here. Is this one working? That one looks correct. Appears to be. So this one, missing bits of wire there and there. Other than that, looks okay. Yep, good. That again. It's going just above the red mark, so it should be there. I wonder what distracted me, what thought distracted me from finishing that off. Just didn't paste it in, that's why it's not working. Now that they've got the wiring, this machine is releasing that side, because this side is supposed to be empty. And then we create a shape that is missing a piece because it's supposed to be missing a piece. Although, you know, the colours at the moment are a bit incorrect, but that'll sort itself out with time. And we should be getting the correct shape out at some point soon, every now and then. It looks very wrong at the moment. That's because the bottom layer is the one that takes the longest to get the correct one over here. Also not sure why the top line's empty. Shouldn't have any wrong shapes to bin because they haven't been going that long. But they're not going at all. Nothing's coming along the top line. This one's fine, nothing's coming along the top line here. The last cell isn't making anything. No colours are getting released. Oh, interesting. There's just some random bits of wire missing over here. Did I do something? Cut and paste something? Make a mess of some reason? It's just those straight bits there, everything else. Oh no, and some bits here. Interesting. Is this the one I copied? I've got something wrong elsewhere. It's correct there. And here. Don't know what happened there. check the video back, find out when I broke that or how I broke that. Looks all good on the others. Okay. Looks all good now. So the last one is now making those layers. Yeah, it does take them a while. Do feel like by the time this one at the front here reaches the hub, we will have unlocked the next level already. So this second cell is actually just going to be binning everything. And we'd be better off controlling the input to the hub to like build a buffer and release it to hit the throughput than we are trying to get this to flow in. It's just that that's not... If we could find a way of doing that automatically, which there'll be a way, but if we could find a way of automatically building a buffer and releasing it, then it makes more sense to have one line feeding in than two or more. Might do 4 just to do 4, but then adjust things somehow. I don't really know, I guess. We can... either way works. This I think is just a bit slower, which doesn't matter because if it goes too fast we can't build enough of a base to fix it. Don't know. I think we'll aim to do 4 lines in, and then, you know, if that isn't enough, then we can look at buffering the flow in like that somehow. Or something. Don't know. Might not get all 4 into place today though. We keep streaming till we... I don't know, can do. Do worry about it getting a bit dull, repetitive, just building this out bigger, but if we don't, just do 4 lanes today and then fiddle with the input to the hub, and then there would be nothing to do, I guess. I don't know. Just... There we go. Yeah, we've unlocked it and these shapes haven't made it to the end yet, so... They've made it past their bin though, so they're going to keep going. The ones behind them somewhere... Wait, where's their bin? There it is. So these lot, now that it's going full pace here, are going in the bin. And the intermittent stuff from the start is going to keep going. I wonder if this... Like the last one that made it past their bin, can it make it to the hub before the good shape from the first man makes it in? I bet if we build 4 it doesn't. It just doesn't make it there in time. The only reason to have more is to get the higher throughput. So we now in theory can go up to 34 per second. But we could also achieve that by forcing this buffer to build bigger before it's released. Need to reorganize this, might need to redo the whole hub, keep it symmetrical and stuff, but... And there's not enough signals. I'd really like it if the storage outputted the number of items in it, so you could take action. Only outputs if it's full or not. Don't really want to build up 5,000 before releasing them. So we could set a timer and just fill them for a minute. Which makes some sense. That was mentioned before in the Discord. Alternate between the 2 sides every minute, for example. Less than a minute, 10 seconds. Creates the throughput to be, but it's kind of irrelevant. In terms of getting shapes into the hub, a splitter will do the same job, but of alternating. If you want half the time to be one and half time to be the other, you just use a splitter. If you want a quarter of time to be one and 3/4 the other, use 2 splitters, 3 of them, whatever. So that's irrelevant. But in terms of that measurable period of throughput, if it is like 10 seconds that it measures, it polls every 10 seconds to get the throughput rate, then having it alternate every 10 seconds would let your storage get a much higher throughput rate than it is being supplied with. Just an interesting thought. Time is a bit annoying to make. You just run a belt with a belt reader with 1 item on it, and then every time the item goes under the belt reader, you get a signal, I guess. Similar to how things are done in Factorio. Maybe there's some other way. Is there any point? Would it speed up gaining levels is the main thing. Would it get us to the next level quicker? No. It might do. If at the moment we're waiting for a shape from the second man to make its way here in order to get the throughput high enough, is that longer than the time it takes to create a meaningful buffer? You know, if it is 10 seconds to make a meaningful buffer, is it taking more than 10 seconds for a finished shape to make it from output of MAM 2 here to the front? A long way, but I doubt it. By the time we got MAM 4 up and running, I think it's entirely possible. Shortening the belt should be something we do. Although, you know, I talked about reorganizing so these 4 layers are vertical and their outputs, whatever, but when you do that, the distance between them and the hub doesn't get any shorter. The output from the MAM 2 would be closer. Maybe, maybe not. No, I don't think it would be. Instead of being that distance to the left, it'll just be that distance to the up and left a bit. Right. Especially if they're not square. So not necessarily, but if they were square, that would be the case. They're close to square. It's interesting. I don't think it'd make a difference. I don't think any of it matters enough. Throughput's not enough right now because I would say only 1 belt is coming in. Oh no, 2 belts are now. First one's still in the little intermittent, and then good amount coming through. So yeah, now it's jumped up to 16, and it'll go up again. It's just, yeah, in this case, the reason that what we've got works well is it disables the other inputs temporarily. So when we have 4 lines coming in here, that will matter because it creates the gaps to put this progress shapes in without slowing them down. If we slow them down, then our throughput goes down. We could avoid that by putting some in each entry point. If we put 4 belts in the bottom here, I think it's still as good as any other option that you could reasonably achieve. 4 full belts are coming in the bottom, it completely stops the input there, which, let's say good, makes it good, yeah. At the moment, the input on the right is stopped half the time because 2 belts are coming in the other way, so I think it's good. And I don't think it's perfect, I don't think it's like anything special, but I think the setup as we have it is as good as we can really go. So it's about time I took a short break, just over 2 hours in. My drink has run out and I'm a bit warm, so I should go top that up. When I'm back, we'll carry on growing our MAM overall size. We'll add number 3 and number 4. I don't think we'll aim to do more than 4. If we need a higher throughput than that at some point in the future to get all the way to the end of the game, you know, I can build them in later. I don't think there's any point in streaming building more than the 4 today as an objective. We can do more if we have random time. And then see how many levels we get through. If we're only using those 4 inputs, I might look at increasing our blueprint shape inputs. Well, that'd be irrelevant once we got the 4th memo. See how many upgrades we get in that time frame. I don't know. I'm still having fun playing the game, watching the shapes flow by, watching the levels tick up. Still think it's vaguely interesting, but I don't think it's worth more than this stream to carry on. So in the rest of the stream, we'll build out our MAM to have 4 cells, so the 4 full inputs are going in. We can look at how that affects our hub system, and I think that'll kind of be the only interesting thing left to see. Just a bit upset by that. I really like the game, really been having fun with it. Don't want to move on, but oh well. For now, just a 5-minute break. I'll be back and we'll carry on building. I'll see you shortly. Hello, hello. I am back from the break. Turned the fan up to maximum. Filled the drink up. It is just, yeah. Looks like it's a couple degrees hotter than it was supposed to be today, which is fine. I'll have a good number of ice creams after we're done here today. And hopefully the forecast for the rest of the week is correct and it's actually going to be colder. Would be nice. It's not even the hottest part of the year yet, I don't think. Guess we'll see what comes, but I'm expecting... I lost a week last month because it was too hot. I was expecting others might come up later, but I don't know. Fingers crossed it's just a random cold spell for forever. Would be nice. Game has frozen. Oh no, there we go. It's got a lot to handle now. Okay. What are we doing anyway? We left the game running. I was away on break. We are at level 85. Cool. Back up to 900,000 blueprint shapes and just over 220 lets us upgrade one of everything again. And now we need 240,000 to get the next. We are progressing through levels a lot faster than we are through upgrades, but there's... be helpful if it was the other way around, I guess. There's like 1,000 levels of upgrades, 1,000 tiers of upgrades, I think, and 800 and something of levels. Ooh. Shapes. Hello. Have we broken the game? There's no sound and the screen's gone dark. Is that... my cursor is there. So it's not my monitor. Does that sometimes. Shapes. It is not responding. It's not draining any CPU or much memory. I think we're going to have to force close it though. How unusual. What even happened? It's not even doing anything. Oh well. Let's open it back up and see what happens. Level 85. If there's 800 levels, you can't be crashing now. We've got a long way to go. Seems to be loading. Maybe. Got the music back at least. Just to tell me how unhappy it was, I guess. System's not overheating. Doesn't look like it is. No reason to believe it. Just me. I hope it loads. I don't have like a backup of the save or anything. I'm not sure if it even does that. It just seems to maintain one. Maybe there's an option somewhere to see some older saves if there's a problem. If we have to start again, then I mean, fine, but yeah. Don't think I'd bother. I'll just hunt down specific achievements. There isn't an achievement for reaching maximum upgrade level or maximum progress level. There's, as far as I could see earlier when I was looking, no reason to really do it at all. Just out of interest, I guess, or completionism, which doesn't particularly bother me, so if this isn't going to load, I won't be aiming to get to the end of the game. And it doesn't look like it is gonna. Wow. There must be people who've gotten further than I have, right? Higher levels of upgrades or... Oh. We're in. We have lost some progress, okay. So if I upgrade everything again, is it going to break again? We're maybe in the middle of saving. Interesting. Game has been saved though. No, I think we might be okay. We had a few more blueprint shapes, so if the same thing's going to crash it might happen soon. Anyway, as I was in the middle of thinking, that we could do with upgrading faster than we are and progress could be less. But we are already putting stuff in at maximum unless we stopped blueprint shapes. Which I guess if we just left it at 2 MAMs and juggled the inputs to buffer themselves a bit more, which, you know, we could do, then we could get more. We wouldn't need the blueprint shapes, we could get more upgrade shapes fed in. Which was enough to make a difference, but still. Don't really know how many we need still. The numbers get crazy, you know, obviously like I say 1,000 tiers and we're on 16. Wow. I don't think that sounds anywhere close to worth trying to reach the end. There's no reason to reach the end, and at the moment we get a 0.1 upgrade. At certain points that becomes even less, so the actual benefit of upgrading becomes not worth it, which yeah lends towards maybe not like swapping more of the upgrade over to blueprint, possibly. I don't think it matters. I don't think any of it matters actually. I am inclined to get the other 2 MAMs in and running, kind of, I guess. I thought before I went on break anyway. Or we could just chase down achievements because we've kind of done with the game. The game went funny last time I shift tab, so I'm going to pause it just for a second. Bring up the achievement list. There's a few hidden ones. Can't remember off the top of my head what they were, so not sure on that. Oh, but I've ticked off a few today already. There's reach level 100. Okay. Okay, we'll need to look up what the hidden ones are, but reach level 100 we should just carry on and do on this current situation. Then we could look at other achievements for the end of the stream. So we'll do another 14 levels and then we'll check the hidden achievements, but I can't see any reason to do more, like, at all. Yeah, what? I enjoy building in this game, it's fun to do, but what is the point if it's not taking us anywhere, not giving us any reward? We get to level 800 and say, yeah, I made it to level 800, but the difficulty involved in that between now and then is just leaving the game running for a week. It's less than a week, I'm being silly, but, you know, I'm going to keep saying for a week. Yeah, I don't see the point, so... We could put another MAM in just to get us to level 100. I don't think we even need to. I think we'll get to level 100 without even trying at this point. Suggests I'm going to switch over upgrade shapes instead of, for whatever difference it makes, instead of blueprint shapes. I don't even need many more because I'm not going to be building many more MAMs. It's hella fun, but we've kind of done it, I think. Let me bring up that list of shapes, hidden achievements on the wiki. Perfect. Just make sure it's muted just in case. Okay, we've done that one. We've done that one. We haven't done that one. Could do that. We've done that one. I'm pretty sure we've done that one. Memories of the past. Not intentionally, but I think we've just done it. I think we've done that one. How many have I not done according to Steam? 2. I've got 2 hidden achievements left, so definitely I need to make RGRYRBRR, whatever that is. I have to look that up. And create the logo shape before level 18. I haven't done that. The others I've done. We're past level 18 at the moment, so we'd have to do a new run to get a bit early. Could probably do this other one. Let me copy that. Other achievements, we need to reach level 100, use no inverse rotator until level 14. So we need a new run for that. complete level 12 without upgrading belts. So we need a new run for that. And then speed run to level 12. So you need new runs for that. So we can reach level 100 and build this shape. The other ones, maybe we can combine them into one run, like not using whatever and whatever and whatever until level whatever. It's not quite what I wanted. I want to come over here. Okay. I see what we're making. There's an achievement for making this logo, which we need red, green, blue, and yellow, and a square. And it's just make it. It didn't say make a certain number or certain speed, so if the game load in, here's a square, cut into 4. Here's red, green and blue above us. Is there a better spot for this? Yeah, let's move a bit closer. Level 86 complete. Red, green, blue, square. Guess I am using this one. What's it further up here? What is yellow anyway? It's red and green. Hopefully. Yep. Actually, can I like make a shape and pin it, or just for the fun of it? No, I need to make a logo, marker thing. Okay. Oh, but if I make a marker, I can see it on the right there. I don't actually need to look at the marker level. I can see the link there. Okay. Bring the square in. We want top left red. That's helpful. That's furthest away. Oh, we can rotate. Yeah, let's just do that. That doesn't work, does it? There and there? Maybe? Sure, try it. Red there. Game is getting a bit laggy and unstable. It's interesting. It's still 180 frames a second. It's not a small number, but it just, you know, catching every now and then. Yellow there and green there. Okay, so I need red top left. It's counterclockwise. I need green top right. It's 180. I need blue bottom left. It's clockwise. And yellow bottom right. It's 180. Combine. There's a shape. There's the achievement. Job done. Didn't even have to put it into the hub. There you go. Achievement done. Hidden achievement done as well, right? So there's that. And the other was reach level 100. A shame we didn't get there in the meantime. Only on 87 actually, hasn't progressed. The correct shape is coming through now. Yeah. Just takes a while to switch. A long time to switch now. What could we have done to make that faster? I don't think we could have. We could have not built a full belt in. That would have been difficult with what's involved, I think. Like, half a belt would be viable. But even so, I mean, the number of machines here and stuff, you wouldn't cut it down much more. You could do whatever. You know, you say a quarter belt, an eighth of a belt. Just build enough machines just to do that in a very, very compact way and then build a bunch of them. I think scale's the way to go, though, for efficiency. There's a level 87 done. Building an extra man won't speed this up. Because the issue is the switch over speed, not the throughput. The two belts can get this throughput easily. It's just getting the shape from over here to over there quickly. In fact, the manual stuff we did at the beginning of the last stream is probably quicker. Just make the shape manually, buffer it up, and then release it into the hub. be quicker than waiting for this level over here to change over. Would flushing it out help? If I took the bad shapes away... No, only if they're stopped, you know? So I guess the bad ones at the back here are being, like, good ones are ahead of them. So they're being forced to wait a little bit. But then if we took them away... In theory, I guess in practice there are bottlenecks and everything's not really flowing at the speed it's supposed to for various reasons. So in reality there is probably an advantage to binning off bits in the middle of the production. But in theory, if everything's running at full speed, then it shouldn't matter. Hello. I'm not wired in properly. What happened down on this end? Doesn't seem like that's caused any issues thus far, but something with the wiring right at the end here got... No, I accidentally deleted a bunch off it, I guess I did. I assume I did. Anyhow, good shape is flowing now. Good shape will already be flowing on the later levels. The time it takes for each cell to switch to good shape should be roughly the same, I'd think. Oh, which does mean at the first level, bad shapes are waiting. Right, because they can't flow until the second shape arrives. So if you flushed off all the bad shapes before that point, somehow... And even the last, it doesn't look like the last layer, but I guess it is. Oh yeah, adding one layer on. So if you've got... No, nothing ever stops. You've got the good shapes coming along the bottom, you've got the bad shapes at the top, and the bad ones are put on the good ones, and on they go. Into the bin. No, it's the same deal. It is the same. I want there to be a reason to... You know, a benefit to doing it so we can do it and get the benefit, but I just don't think there is. It's the same situation either way. It's either an empty gap or it's one that's going in this bin, and it just doesn't matter which one it is of those two options. Fine. So when that... some little gaps in the belt, which... production issue or whatever, and that reaches the front. We've got two full belts. There we go, level 88 complete. Two full belts are still flowing in. But yeah, it does mean that the time it takes, you do end up with empty belt there. That's the end of the process, makes sense. Not getting rocket shapes very fast either. I mean, what have we got? 17.59 per second across 4 inputs, except for when we're feeding the progress shape in. But you know, that's not all the time, so let's call it 70.36 a second. We need, let's call it 70 just to make it easy. 240,000. That's minutes. It's going to take an hour. Game needs to be running for an hour before we can do the next level of upgrades. Which, and then the level after that's a bit longer. Level after that's a bit longer. We're on tier 16 out of 1,000, apparently. I don't think I'm right about the time it takes. It's like 70 a second. And if we pretended we hadn't spent any yet, because relatively speaking we haven't, I think the overall for the rocket shapes was something like 10 billion. Though it could be wrong, or the wiki could be wrong as well, but I believe that's what I read on the wiki. 10 billion over the 70 is 143 million seconds, 2.4 million minutes, 39,500 hours. can't be right. Can it? It's leaving the game running for 4.5 years non-stop. I'm going to assume the people on the wiki saying there's 1,000 layers, 1,000 tiers of upgrade haven't left the game running for 4.5 years. Found some other way of accelerating it, or found, you know, in the game file. Maybe the dev told them that it stops at 1,000. Or maybe it doesn't, and that was just a, you know, random number they stuck in there to have a number at the end. I don't know. Or I've done my maths horribly wrong, and obviously every time you buy an upgrade it becomes slightly quicker, but it doesn't accelerate to that kind of rate. I'm sure it doesn't accelerate that kind of rate. That can make it less than a few years of leaving the game running. Maybe it wasn't billions. Trollbait, welcome back. What is the thing around the hub? You don't get it. So all of this here lets us switch between different input streams. So the simple one is with the blueprint shapes. We have the 4 lines of upgrades coming in. Twice as much of the purple shape, because apparently you need twice as much of the purple as the other ones. Those 4 lines go in. They have a buffer, and the filter lets us stop or start them. The 4 lines of blueprint shape have the same thing, a buffer so they can store, and filter so we can stop and start them. And then there's an automatic trigger, which I forget how it works over here, doesn't really matter, but a manual trigger as well, so we can flick the switch and it'll stop one side and start the other. So if we're low on blueprint shapes and we're willing to sacrifice our upgrade speed, we can flick the switch and blueprint shapes go in instead. And we can flip the switch back and the other side goes in instead. That's what that's doing. Here, where the progress shapes are, is where the automated part of it is more important, which is if all of the buffers are holding something, which is to say there is a solid flow of stuff coming in, like it's not some weird intermittent thing, but there's actually a flow of goods, then it'll automatically switch back and forth. So every time you've got some bit of buffer here, every time something's going into the empty one at the front, it's signalling that this side has got a good supply, and it releases a little bit through, while simultaneously pausing the other input. I'm not even sure if it's working, but the main thing is that here at the hub input, the progress shape isn't delayed. So when it gets there, a gap has been made by pausing this side. I can't see it, but in theory it's there. And the progress shape fits into that gap and runs in without being delayed. So we've got 2 belts feeding in. We can do 35.18 items per second. So if our requirement is to do 35 per second, then we don't need to touch anything and it'll just work, in theory. Because if you don't stop the other 4 lines from going in, it'll delay. Because of the splitters, it'll be by half. So our 35 would only be 17.5, because it would back up from the splitters messing with it. At the moment, it's, I don't know, coming to terms with the actual numbers involved in the game. What's the point, you know? I don't think there's any point in trying to upgrade beyond tier 10 or whatever it is. But maybe up to tier 15, how we've got, it's not awful, but the cost involved in getting any faster just doesn't seem like there's anything to gain from it. So the theory here is good, but the implementation I think is bad. I don't think it really works or does anything meaningful or matters at all. The manual switch over, sure, I can see value in doing that, but not this. I don't think. I don't know. It might matter more, like if we didn't upgrade and we needed to get 200 per second in for level 800 progress, then being able to make sure that flows in would be good. But if you're not bothering to upgrade, then you don't need to get your upgrade shapes flowing in. So I think there's just a gap between my theory of what I wanted to achieve here and the reality of the game and the numbers and the progress and the reward you get for coming this far in the game. It just doesn't seem worth it at the moment. I don't know. Maybe I'm missing something, but I don't think. We're at level 90. We're just going to do another 10 levels and then we'll move on to some achievement runs. I don't know what other people do. It might just be interesting to go watch some other people's playthroughs. I see plenty of people with their designs of their input to the hub, and it's like splitting it out, so instead of 16 you've got 32 or 64 inputs or whatever, and it's like you still can't do anything. I can't really see the point in doing more than one NAM. I know we've done 2, and it is helping us right now, so we don't have to fiddle around with the settings at all. But doing one full line and just buffering it into storage seems like a much simpler way of dealing with things. And probably quicker. We could disable the second one and manually switch these things over to get it done quicker. Don't know. What does my switch even do? If I switch this one, it disables the upgrades. So if I did have an input flow issue, I could manually switch over, sure. Yeah. I could do with the other option, disabling the output here by force, so that it buffers up a bit more before we release it. Yeah. As always, good theories, but doesn't come to much in the end. You buffer bursting outputs. You can. I never worked out how to do it automatically. I guess we could take a look at that. The way of doing it manually is dead simple. Obviously, you just buffer it and have a switch, and you flick the switch, the filter lets it out. Which this seems to be the way of doing it. You know, the way of getting a large throughput or whatever. Let's come play over here. Now so we'll play along. Cool. So you feed them into a storage, then have a filter, have a switch, a bit of wire. There's your hub, and you just wait until it's a reasonable number, flick the switch, and there you go. There's your 17 point whatever per second exactly, with no gaps and no fiddling around, which is fine, kind of. I'll probably have a filter ahead of it with the signal, like what's coming out of the hub. That's kind of the wrong way to do that, isn't it? I mean, how do I make something like GRG? No, that's a green rectangle. I should just look this up rather than trying to guess, shouldn't I? I mean, that's got it in, so what's that? R is rectangle, C is circle, U is uncoloured. There you go. So I'd have this so that the storage never, so that the tail end of the last production doesn't get put into the storage at all. You filter that off right at the last minute, so it's never on the belt between where our bin is and where our storage is. So that I think is important to do. The good stuff goes into storage. You let it buffer up, and then you release it. You get maximum output, and your input can be whatever. It can be like a very small amount. And if you release your very small amount, you'll get a trickle coming out. But if you let it buffer up to a reasonable number of some kind, and then release it, you get a full flow. And the sample time for your progress seems to be really short amount of time. So I don't think you need much, but you need some way of controlling that. So instead of a switch, how do you automate this? And there's just not enough signals coming from your storage to do what I would like to do, you know, to create a kind of latch that's like, if the amount in here is more than 500, release it until the amount in there is less than 100, then stop. That kind of thing. Bit of a useless minor things. Yeah, I think the stream might just be a little bit behind which had a delay or something. Yeah, the flow there is easier to see if we just feed a slow amount in. The only signal we can use here is the one that says whether it's full or not, which isn't helpful. You can say when it's full, release it, but it then immediately isn't full. So what do you need to do? You need to have like a belt reader here. The number needs, so you need a comparison between the belt reader and a signal that tells you the speed it needs to be. So can we? No, because it needs to be exactly the same. I don't want exactly the same. I want it bigger than. I want to do a mathematical operation, which doesn't exist in the game. I can't say if the speed coming through here is more than 16, 17, leave it on. That's what you want. You want to say release it, and then when the rate coming out is less than 17, stop releasing it. Okay. Can I do that? Yeah, like I say, you need to do that the maths on it. You can compare to an exact number, maybe. Analyze a shape, do a virtual cut. No, because you need an exact number. That's no good. How can I get? I don't think you can. I don't think maths exists in the game. What could I do that would get a signal? Just no idea. Can you even compare to, say, 17? No, this is for giving you shape shortkeys. These are the only items we can give, which isn't what we want to compare to. So does that even, what does that give? Oh, it doesn't give you a number. It gives you a readout of the number, but it just gives you a 1. That barely helps either. 1 meaning there is something flowing here. Okay. So if it's 1, then feed out 1. That goes into there. If it's flowing, do it. But then we'll see how this works. Also that. Not that. So if either of those, which I guess best practice would be to have an OR gate. Don't know if this is going to work. Yeah, me either. Me neither. I don't think it is, but it's something. So it becomes full, which we could accelerate making it full just for the sake of it. We don't need to really visualize the point. I think I'm understanding that well. You only get one if something flows through, but it's circular logic. Yes. It flows through, so it releases it. Therefore, it's flowing through. Then it stops flowing through, so it stops releasing it. But I think at that point it's too late. It will have already released 1. And that's going to trigger it again. And it's going to keep like spurting out little bits because the signals are taking too long and it causes a little bit to spurt out rather than, I don't know, I mean, they're touching. So it should be a case of as soon as this stops, so there's a gap, it releases nothing, it just stops and waits for this to fill back up. Because the issue then is if for any reason these don't flow at all. No, that should work. It should work. We'll see when it hits 5k, but I'm not sure. If it stops, it won't trigger again until the storage hits 5k again, then it will trigger again. So yes, absolutely. If it stops even briefly, because the belt's supposed to run at 17 point whatever, but this machine releases at 17 point marginally less, and a tiny gap appears and the belt reader stops emitting a 1, the whole thing stops until we hit 5k again. That might mean insufficient quantity is released to do what we're after. Possible. Very possible. Interesting. It's going to take a minute to get there though. Where are we? Here on level 93. And flowing in at 16 a second. Because our second line hasn't come through yet. And it's still very spotty all the way back to here. Is, like I say, the main reason I don't like what we got at the moment. It takes so long for the good shape to make it to the front. But it, you know, it will, and it'll break the 20. There you go. It didn't even need a solid line to make it through. It's enough to get to 20. And there we go. Also, don't want 5,000. It would be nice if I could control the amount of storage, because what we're saying is release this when you hit 5,000. Okay, and then release all of it. So we've got to wait for it to get to 5,000. Then we've got to wait for it to release all 5,000, and that's going to take way longer than we need to get the progress. Like a lot longer. Is why. I guess it would be nice if we had maths. It's not how the wiring layer's set up. And the reason why, I suppose, part of the reason why I found the wiring layer here so easy compared to, say, Factorio or other games that have wiring. It has a limited number of signals available. It has so many different functions, some of which I don't think you even need. But it's only handling 0, 1 and the shapes. Which is good. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. It just means there's limitations to what you can actually achieve with it. It's not that in depth. Almost there. I could speed this up by using the second input, I guess, and forgetting. Didn't think of that. Get rid of this. Like, this is still an important point, but it's not relevant to what we're currently doing. It'll speed things up a little. Interesting to see what happens. It'd be kind of good if it did stop early every time. Only let a couple hundred out. Because... what have we got? 17. I'll do the math after it's... okay. This is flickering because the input's faster than the output. That's fine. So in this case, it's going to run forever. So I do just need to kind of cut that down to prove the point. This is flowing. At the start, it didn't seem to be flowing particularly fast or well, but there you go. And it's just going to keep flowing. And here comes in the maths. You got 5,000. We're letting about 17 and a bit per second out. It's going to take 5 minutes to empty that box. That's like, there's no point in doing this if it takes 5 minutes to empty it. And if the whole idea is your input could be lower, so if your input could be lower, it's going to take you more than 5 minutes to fill it in. Which we're progressing slower now, but it's still not taking 5 minutes to do a layer. Is it? Maybe it is. a level, sorry. Maybe it is taking more than 5 minutes to do a level. Not sure. But yeah, at this point, this is just going to keep running for a bit over 5 minutes because we're feeding some in. And eventually, something interesting will happen, I guess. It works. I guess. Just doesn't do what I want. What do we do? Feed in. I mean, there's just no point. Everything's disabled for so much longer. You're better off. What was the other idea? Look over here on another idea. You have like a belt. You just want to get an item onto it. Not sure how you even do that. How do I let one item through? I think you can. Just need to like connect it and disconnect it very quick. There you go, 2 items. Can we? No, because you fit more than one on a piece. So I can't erase without erasing 2. If you use a second filter to flush the shapes into garbage, it could save a lot of time. A second filter to flush into garbage. Yeah, like don't really want to move anything, but we have to, kind of. Let's build it next to it, and we'll work this out in a bit. That to happen, I guess. Deal with that in a second. Do that and that. Have garbage on both. And your belt reader next. And your input in. Something always sits on the belt, which is bad. That can't be prevented. It's not the end of the world, but that shape is going to be the wrong shape. And yeah, all you want to do is have... I don't know, it doesn't really help. But when this shape in the story is not the shape that you're requesting, dump them into both bins, and that'll bin out quicker, because it's 2 of them. When it's good, I think that kind of works. Not sure how you do that. You want to feed 2 signals into the same filter, which won't really work. I mean, there's something here. Yeah, not. It's still too much. It's still 2.5-3 minutes to empty it. Flushing thing to get the signal final shape. Yeah, you could give it to like just this one, and the other one could give it to just that first bin, and the other one not. The other one has all this stuff. Look at that. Which is binning everything, because it gets a signal that's... It's, the way that the filters work is a bit fiddly there. It's like, if they get any signal, it goes in the bin, unless they get the signal of the thing they're after. So we want to do that, but only... Oh, right, so yeah, instead of giving them a 1, that's fine. Yeah, instead of giving the 1, you give them the signal of the item you're after. That's all. That's pretty simple, actually. You can connect both of them up, and you can connect them to here. Just need to convert that signal using a transistor, which you could put there. Then you've got your signal, we'll use a constant, but it'll be the one coming out of the hub. And then when this is full, it's giving a 1, which you don't want. You want to transistor that as well. We turn that blue. So, no, that doesn't work. That doesn't work because at the moment it's giving a 0, which sends everything in the bin. And what we, which we don't want. We don't want to send everything in the bin. Interesting. Sure why it's sending a 0, because this is a 0 and it's not sending it. Oh, because I've plugged in the wrong part, that's why. Need the other orientation of that. Like that. Yeah, that's not quite right. Go charge your phone. Fair enough. Fair enough. Wish you could stay on. Yeah, no worries to me. You can only watch, you can watch. The video, VOD will be up and video will be on YouTube, so you can look at stuff, share any thoughts in the Discord like usual, you know. Still interesting. I'm not sure we're going to stream much more Shapes after today, but it's still interesting to think about it, and maybe we can play around with some things and talk about it regardless. Like keep trying on this and then look at the timer option. Yeah, we're still waiting to reach level 100, so I've got time to think about stuff. It's currently outputting 0, which is not what we want. We want to output, if there is a symbol and these are 1, we want to output that. But if it's a 0, we want to do nothing. Be like a secondary stage to it or something. Like a different, yeah, I don't know. I can't get my head around it quite, but it's close to the right thing. Like, only bin them if they're not this. That's what we're saying. And then if they are this, wait. It's a bunch of different messages we're trying to send to the same thing. I think that might be what doesn't work. What you really want, or what would simplify it perhaps, is if you had 2 every time. Like this. And there. Level 96 done. Nice. And then you control the first lot based on what we're doing over here, which is just if the symbol, so you need the like release thing over here, that gives you a 1 if we are flowing. We also want a 1 if we are full, and that goes into both of these. It doesn't work. It's just going to bin everything. No, that goes in there. And then the symbol of what we want, which in this case, we should call it circles maybe. Give me 2, give me not what we want, and give me what we want, which was circle uncoloured. There we go. In blue into that one. So if it's full, no. Other way round. Maybe? No, because that's just going to bin it. Yeah, because it's letting it through because it's a circle, and then it's binning it because it's a 0. I can't get there. There might be a way, but I'm not confident that there is a way of using that to do what we're after. Really not. It could be possible juggling those signals around and around that would end up with the right thing, but it might take like 3 different filters in a row with 10 different signals, and I don't know. I just get the feeling that the level of complexity involved in the circuitry, the wires layer in the game, just isn't deep enough for that to be viable. It might not ever work. What I would really like is just one circle. I have no idea how I get that. Can I filter? Probably not quick enough. Can I cut and take? Yes, because I get stuck by there, so then I've got them. Then I can split, rotate one that way and one that way, because split will take it in half. Perfect. Then I can combine. And I've got one circle that I've just erased. Try again. One circle there. It gets erased as I'm drawing it on. Try again. Yeah. There. Try not to erase that, although now I know how to make one that will be viable. And what we want is like a... check here. So this goes 0, it goes 1, back to 0. Might work just like that. Filter here, so move that back one. Or whatever. Level 97 done, very nice. We're getting up there. Yeah, that didn't line up quite how I wanted, but there we go. We don't want a bin at the moment. Why is it? It's flowing through when there's a 0. Why is it flying through when there's a 0? I don't understand. Oh, because I've taken the wrong signal. I've taken the circle, which we tell it to release circles. There we go. Okay. So all we need to do is make the time. So the signal delays for a while. It goes through. It's still a 1. Now it's not. So there's something to bear in mind there. We need that to stay as a 1 for longer. Somehow, which you could do just by having a chain of readers or more circles on the belt here, and then we need it to stay as not a 1 long enough to build up a meaningful amount, which I don't know how long that is. I'm going to erase it. We're going to add more bits on here. It's fine. Needing more circles than just the 1. I think that is incorrect, but not too many. Not well, like that'll work because it holds onto the signal for a bit longer. Wiring layout is fine, so it's building up. This is ugly as hell though. Like I don't want to have to do this to make a timer. Why isn't there just a timer in the wires layer? But yeah, there you go. There we go. As they're ticking through, it releases a whole bunch at 17.5, and then as their tail goes out, it stops. I don't know if that's long enough to work. Might be. What we also need is to dump the storage if it's the wrong item, like all of it. So we're back to that same kind of issue of we want to feed in a 0 if we're currently feeding a 0, but I just haven't put a bin on the end. Sure. So what if we do... No, that is clogged. So if I do that into a bin, it's clogged. And I know the wires there are interfering with things, but if the signal changes, the one that's stuck on the end here isn't going to flow. Or is it? Feed in the correct shape. The correct shape goes forward, which, yeah, no good. Whenever that's off, they come out the side, which we don't. That's the kind of behaviour we want to stop. Which, again, why isn't there a timer? Why isn't there just a thing that disables the belt? Why am I using a filter to do this? It shouldn't be a filter, it should just disable or enable the belt. Well, I haven't seen any way of doing that. But we do have a bunch of gates that I'm not sure we really need. We haven't put to use. I don't know, maybe they're just there so you can play with them and have some fun. They are fun. We're on level 99. So we're going to reach the level I want to reach before I can come up with a meaningful solution to this anyway, but... I mean, the reader is reaching the right number, so I guess the hub would reach the right number. Doesn't need to be for long. We do need 2 belts worth at the moment because we're trying to get to 22, but that's fine. 2 inputs, 2 belts. Release them both at the same time, I guess. Yeah, what's the point? How do we change this? The issue is I now don't want circles. Is it a case that you need to add them together? So we have a constant giving us the symbol of what we want. Let's just have this for the sake of being able to play. And we need to add these or transistor. Forwards the bottom if the side is truthy. Forward that if that is truthy. We used to say when this becomes 1. I guess. It's not really the game to be doing this kind of stuff in, I guess, if it hasn't implemented those. I hope Shapez 2 implements a more comprehensive system of wiring. So this works. And at the moment it's emitting null. So if I put a bin on the end here, or for visibility, let's have a belt and then a bin. This is disconnected, right, because the transistor doesn't put 0 out, it puts null. So it gives us a warning, which I'd rather not see, but there we go. It's not just binning everything, it is backing up. Then when the circles come through the reader, it sends its circle and that lets them go forward at a good rate. Perfect. That's functional. What if what we've got in storage is not what we want? I think it works. We'll find out when the circles reach the reader, but I'm pretty sure it sends a signal which is not circle. But only for as long as those circles are under the reader. Which is no good. It's not long enough. It's going to release them into the bin, but not forever. Yeah. Okay, so that's not what we're after. What we want to do is simpler than that. It does require 2 filters, I think. Just strip this back for a second. We want to compare what's in the storage to what we want and feed that. Just keep the wires out of the way of each other. Feed that into the filter. And that goes in the bin. And then we have a second filter from which we transistor forwards the bottom if the side is truthy. Somehow over here, let's do that. We're going to feed this signal in. So in this case, everything that we don't want gets binned. If it comes into the storage and it's not what we want, it goes in the bin. But if it is what we want, it doesn't go in the bin and it builds up in storage because it's sat waiting here. Which, because they're touching, I don't think that matters. There's no bit of belt, so there's nothing sat on a bit of belt. And when they flow through, it flows through. When that stops, it could cause one to be stuck in this machine. Which we will see if we change the signal type. See what comes through when these get here, because it will say send. That won't help. I just want to kind of release what's in here and see what it is. Which I guess I do by just turning a switch on. There was a circle? No. Yes, there was a circle sat in there. Because otherwise it would be in the bin. Maybe more. No, nothing more is coming through now. And the signal's 1. I just want to see what happens when another signal comes in and turns it to error. I think we're on to something with this though. I'm not going to implement it because it's ugly as hell. I don't want to. There we go. Nothing happens. They don't get fed through. But it does, because there's 2 of them touching. When it releases, it does release into a gap between the 2 machines. When you change the signal, one incorrect shape will come out first. So when you release the right ones in, the first shape is going to be the old shape. Everything behind it is going to be good. I don't think that matters. I don't think that makes any difference. So yeah. I mean, there you go. That's how I would do it, I guess. Don't build multiple MEMS, build one. You do need the... Oh, no, that doesn't work. Ooh. You do need one of these for every input. Interesting. Just tidy that up because it can be touching. And you need a gap from the wiring so you don't get them overlapping. Just to not touch that, but you can do that. Feed that in like that. Or even turn that around. Feed it this way. That's better. They do have to be over there. So the next one over can't go there. Can go there. Oh, the next one over is taking the same signals, so that doesn't really matter. Just need to not overlap. So for example, if that was just there, that would feed through and that would feed up. Yeah, that's fine. I don't think you can fit them any neater. Could use that input and fit that there. Yeah, that works. Signals become a little messy. Yeah, because of that would be touching. You'd need to send them all some other way. That one there and that one can go there, like it can be done. Then your output goes into your second hub input. Not ideal. I'd probably do that a little further back in a bit of a whatever. The point being you have one line that you divide out. So you only need one man making one line or even less or whatever. You build it into both storages. It stocks up while these ones are not under the reader. So the belt probably needs to be longer because you can see it's not at this throughput, it's not stocking up very much. So it depends on your throughput and your production rate and so on. But once it gets there, it releases both of them at full speed for a little bit, which is going to be long enough to trigger the success. I think that's how you do it. So that's how we ought to have it here, and then we'll just add in the extra complication of I don't know. I guess you use these belt readers. You have some belt readers on the output that say disable the other input, the upgrade shape input. Pause that while we're flowing out of here. Or this signal is a 1, so you just invert that to feed into the other inputs, the upgrade shape inputs. And, you know, there you go. Keep going. For every 17 throughput you need an extra line. What we're doing is doing fine. We're on level 101. Okay. Did the achievement pop? Did I miss it? Nope. We'll need to keep going until it pops. Yeah, I think you just end up with a really long one of these. I don't know, can you slow them down by sending them underground? Is that faster or slower? Maybe the same speed, I'd imagine. Don't really know. Yeah, it looks faster actually. Don't know what else you can do. Perform arbitrary functions on them that slow them down. What's the slowest machine we have? Is a stacker. So you cut and stack over and over again instead. Just out of interest. Cut and stack. Can't see what's happening to them, but because the stacking's at 2.19 items a second, they should be a lot slower. Though it does space them out a bit, but there you go. That slows it down. Again, it's ugly as hell. I don't really want it in my factory, but I guess you don't. You want to do this, you got to do it. And yeah, it depends on your input. I mean, we're actually inputting a whole belt at the moment. Could be if you did a man with a full belt. There you go. But still, this one's going to run out. No, didn't. It's close, but it didn't. Could be onto something with this. Have they spread out even further now? Or is that... so every time they go through, they end up even further apart? That would be a bad thing. We change the timing every time. Definitely slower through there than through the belt, for sure. I think they're more. Those are less spread out, but those are more. Something's wrong with it. There we go. Level 101 complete. That gets you the achievement for finishing level 100. Fine. Interesting. I definitely wouldn't, doing it again, which I doubt I ever will. I wouldn't approach it with this kind of confusing system of input. I'd do something like this, where you buffer up, even a manual one, like absolutely even just an input like this where you flick a switch to let them in and just keep an eye on it yourself, flick the switch, or time it and flick it back and forth every however long it takes your circle to get around. This I think would be better with one circle going through than all of these. But then that wouldn't stay open long enough. No, you need multiple to keep it open long enough. I don't know how you do it, but I'll keep that there as a little messy thing, as a reminder on this save file if I ever open it up again. But that's a way of doing it. But honestly, I think we're kind of done with shapes. We'll keep playing for a little bit longer. We'll do a few more achievements, but progressing wise, I mean getting to higher levels than 100, getting to higher upgrade levels, I can't see a point. Especially if it does take 4.5 years of constant running to get the game there. where you can't make the hub any faster. Maybe I'm wrong. I can check those numbers later, I guess, and work it out. And if it's 4.5 hours, then I'll leave the game running and maybe set up something like this and actually do. We'll see, but I'm pretty sure that's it. Let's take stock of those achievements we still need to do then. Use no inverse rotator until level 14. Level 12 without upgrading belt speed. Speedrun in level 12 in 60 minutes, level 12 in 30 minutes, and one hidden, which is create the logo before level 18, which you need various tools for. Not sure about trying to do multiple at the same, like don't use this tool and don't upgrade this in the same run. Could do. Get to level 14 and then make the logo shape, possibly. Won't do the speed run at the same time as trying to do that, but let's start a new run. I've got to remember no upgrading belt speed, which probably just means no upgrading anything, maybe, and no inverse rotator. Sure. Oh, so only rotate clockwise. Okay. Sure, we can try that. Head back to main menu, we'll start a new run. Take a look. If the game will get that. Loading to main menu shouldn't take this long. Doesn't normally, and just because the main menu. Just keeping the game cached up, I don't know. Anyhow. New game. Here we are. Start the clock. I can't even remember how you start. You can't do this at the start, can you? So it's just one. Oh boy, that's slow. Look at that. Whoa. Look how slow everything moves. So we're not upgrading belts. We can upgrade the other stuff, although I don't particularly see the point. I guess at this level they weren't balanced. Right, I can't really remember this far ago in the game. But I think they weren't balanced, so upgrading other stuff would be fine. It's one level down. I think just ignoring upgrades might help me though. In which case let's just cut them. Half the right half and half the wrong half, but that's fine. See, I can't remember the shapes even that we need to make, so getting to level 14 could be difficult as far as I know. Okay, now we need halves of them. So what is the rate here? We're cutting at half an item, we're moving 2 items. So this is fine. Can't even remember the other. What was it? No, yeah, rotate only clockwise. Can't rotate at all yet. Do I want to upgrade? The belt is going at 2. So I guess we do want to upgrade other things to be going at speed 2. So still get squares, stars for now. Don't need these. Maybe. Should probably change my title. Rotating, so yeah, now we remember just to go that way. Yeah, bear with 1 second. Release title, import a few last achievements. Done. Just to be accurate, not working on MAM anymore. That's fine, so we need to cut them earlier. Do I still want? No, it's fine. Even earlier. We want tops. We rotate them once and then 3 times. Right, I think. Yeah, because it's 90 degrees each time. Should work. Squares, half squares, do we care about? No, only if they're dyed blue. So we can get rid of them. Some more of these, why not? That'll do. All these. Can't copy paste. Tried, but there we go. You're used to not having everything unlocked. How weird. So slow. And we can't upgrade the belt speed. Sure, how long can't we upgrade it for? Level 12. Wow. Level 14 without rotating. It's quite a long time actually, thinking about it. Level 12 is the blueprint shape. It's quite far in, I guess, I think. We can upgrade extraction speed. Not that that really matters, we could use balancers. It's the other stuff really that I want. Which I need stars for. Forgot about that. Some over here. Ugly starting area. Let's go with these ones. 6 each, 0.6 each. That's, yeah, underground short. We need quarters now. 0.6 each. And we're going at 2, so 1, 2, 3, 4 in each. Still. Where's my hub? Right past it. Put those ones out. Go in there. That's not ideal, is it? Let's go in there. And while we're at it, squares even, yeah, they're still relevant. I can't remember how the start of the game goes at all. It's weird. Do that. And then, oops, forgot to do that. Not that it really matters, but we're needing, yeah, no, just top right quarters. Clear all that down a bit, actually, it'll be nice. Let's join all of that together. And then each cutter is half, so we can do 4 from this line. Which we have to split differently to how we usually do. And each output of here needs spreading out, actually. It'd be good if I... Oh, it's awkward. Rotate them clockwise only. Add them into cutters. We can go under. Forgot that. Making a mess of it. Doesn't need to be tidy, really. Just need to get the job done. Rotate them. Don't really have space for this. Rotator goes quite quick, actually, so we should join first. Or... It's very awkward how they are. I haven't left myself enough space. I can do this different, or better. Let's get them all the same way round. Join them. Go 2 belts. It's too close to the hub, really. Shouldn't have done it here. Never mind. Them there. Rotate them as well. That's once, and that's leave as it is. Join them like that, so that's 2 lines to come in. There we go. And this one's just not really happening, but that's fine. Just clear them out and not bother. I don't know how long we need this shape for. Would help us do extraction again, which wouldn't be awful. About to get cutting speed up, let's get that. Need right halves of squares again. Do we need squares still? Yes. Different patch would be good. There we go. Need halves. So that one twice. We go. Not a huge fan of this layout. Yeah, because they join. That's no good. No, don't like that. That is preferred by me. We'll just be working further away from the hub is all. Now we can then colour. Well, we've got space to do that in anymore. That's fine. Red circles. Okay. We'll keep them flowing, although we're only using half of these to do that. That's fine. Over here. Start again. New ones. Juggle everything else around a little bit. So that's 2, and we paint at 0.33 each. So 6 painters. That far apart? That'll do. We'll need the same amount of red dye, won't we? 4 of them join together into there, and then take these outputs and join them together, I guess. Then we'll move them down. That one will go in there. Seems good. 2 per second, we need 300. Take a while. Could do more, obviously. Can always do more. It's free to build, so there you go. Just upgrade things, I guess. Blue right halves of... Do I still need blank right halves as well, though? Annoying. Turn half of them blue. 6 painters. If I can find some blue. Remember that you can't run them into each other. Leave that 9. And do whatever. 3 machines, that'll do. And then, you know, get it moving. Do need that one, yeah. Feed them into there, go under there. All good, I think. Maybe good enough. Join them up. I'll go back in there and get blue ones of them. We can do extraction again. Want cyan, can't do colour mixing yet. Remember not to upgrade that. And rotate the right way around. Fine. more of stuff, I guess. Everything we're doing we still need. So I guess I do want to scale up. Do we? Yeah. Let's move further out and build something bigger. Like these half squares. Let's do them properly over here. This has gone up, so 3 is now enough. Although that's awkward in itself, but there we go. 3 of them. It's 2 lines of squares. Cutters are now 1 per second, so we do 2 on each of these lines. There and that there. Rotate them clockwise. Which way around? We want the right half. Join them up. Alright. Cutter is doing 2 items. That's not right. So this is the counterclockwise rotator that we're not allowed to use. We have 4 outputs from here, doing 2 each, so we probably actually want to colour before we do this. There's some blue, bring it over. Don't know how much we need, I think it's an equal amount, right? Should be. Bring these up here. Yeah, we'll turn these around, feed them back in after they've been coloured. Which 6 each, maybe, something like that. Do them over here. And it's such a change of pace, working at level 100 against level 5 or whatever this is. Them into there. Splitters for the colour. Send it under. Plug them in. And bring one of them lines over here for it. Get the outputs. Let's go that way. We're going under there. It's going to feed into that one, I guess. Should take these outputs. They're going to be coloured, so the 4 of them are just going to go straight into the hub. And we open a little gap there. Moving as well, considering how slow they move. Okay, some blue ones coming through. We need to do another set of colouring. Moving forward a bit. No need to measure. This place can be as messy as we like. Them in and then get that line. Where is it? So go under there and under here. Underneath would be better than through. There we go. There in, and then the colour plugged in. Good. The outputs. Let's go the other way. Move them together. We're going this way because we want to get back in there. There we go. That'll give us a bunch more blue right halves. Do we need the uncoloured? Yes, we still need to keep doing that. I think I'll change this back over. Now we're making so many more of them. Send more uncoloured ones from here. Get rid of all this. Now I'm making so many more, which is the progress shape. That's good. Anything else? Can't do cyan yet. No, so if we want to increase the amount of something, the basic squares are almost worth doing. Move all them down one. Do we need red circles still? Not at the moment, so let me cut them out. We might need them again, I'm not sure, but we can remake anything easy enough. Just going to do another row of basic squares. That in. Why is this empty? It's just slow, fine. Okay. Oh, did I do too many? No, we haven't upgraded painting yet, because it takes these things. That's fine. Got those, got those. More circle bits might be good, but there's colour mixer, so we can do cyan stars, but we still need uncoloured stars as well. We have spare inputs. Though, I don't know, I feel like colouring the cyan, green and blue? Maybe? Still can't remember. Played 100 levels of the game, still can't remember. Colour mixer goes at 0.4 items per second, so we need 5 of them. We can do our same old layout, can't we? Although, mixing and painting upgraded. Colour mixers do 0.6 items a second, so we need 4 of them. We've got all the parts to do this. Yeah, should do, just can't copy paste. And can't join with a compact join, we have to use the bigger one, that's fine. That should be some cyan. And painting is now half an item, so we need 4 of them. Do. Now that's for the colour, that's for the shape, that's for the output. Don't need that one. Join them up and send them under. Can go in there. All that, and that line's going to get diverted and then brought back on. And there's 2 cyan stars per second. Red windmills would be good. Well, not as important as purple circles, I guess we should do them. I mean, we only need to get to, was it like level 12 or something? So, or 14. So I guess we could just push the progress ones instead. It's over here. Nice to upgrade mining speed, so we could do just 2 or something like that. It'd be interesting if we can get the extractors to do 2 per second onto the belts. Pretty cool. Want to copy paste what I just did, but I can't. How annoying. Let's do this over here. Needs. How about over here? Because it outputs the other direction. All of them there. Up that way. Under they go. Join them up. You get into like a habit of what you're building and stuff. It's pretty cool. Copy pasting's easier, but you know, once you understand all the different machines and stuff and you can throw this stuff together, it's pretty fun. It will be a shame when I can't play it anymore because I've done everything, but yeah, Shapez 2 is on its way, I guess. You know, hopefully it's good. 4 painters. Inputs for the shape, inputs for the colour. They go under there. Plugged in there. Join up the outputs. That's going in there. It's going in there. We should get purple circles. Only one line of them, could do with more. One's a good start though, can work from here. Do we need anything? What could we do? They're coming in so slow, I don't think we're really going to upgrade much more. Like 3,500 of these shapes, but 2 per second per belt. But I think we just focus on the progress, so let's do more purple circles. I'm sure I can see myself getting to level 12 in a half an hour for the speedrun achievement. Don't know, the game's a bit too chill to be rushing it. I'm not sure how half an hour is and all that. You know, how tough that is, but it involves kind of thinking ahead and planning ahead. I might not actually get it done. One of those weird games where I have 99% of the achievements done. There's the purples. There's some circles here, which is helpful. That's for them, that's for the shapes, and this is for the outputs. There. Try again. That's all the shapey stuff. Colour needs plugging in to send it under them. Seems good. Where's that? Wrong one. Okay. Purple goes into there. Circles go into there. Purple circles join their friends. Let's move some stuff around, I guess. That's a bit awkward, actually. I think we just cut one of these lines because we just don't need that many of them. Like I said, I don't think we're going to upgrade much, if anything, at all. In fact, I'm tempted to just strip everything away and just make purple circles, just make the progress shapes without worrying about these. We're not going to get to 3,500 of anything anytime soon without upgrading the belts, which we're not allowed to do. It's simplify matters for me. Like keep things tidy and simple. This is a factory that just makes purple circles. Best purple circles in the country. What's the other thing we've got to do? We need to make a logo shape. What does a logo shape look like? Why do you need to make one of them? We don't need to make a high volume of them. Let me just check that achievement again. Create the logo shape before level 18. It's the one with the floating layer, so it's white and grey, circle and square. I think we can do it now, can't we? Oh no, we need the stacker. Okay, once we've unlocked the stacker, we can do that one. For now, we just got to remember, only rotate clockwise, don't upgrade the belts. Could look on the wiki, see what the next shape is and get a head start, but not in any rush. I know we're 4 hours in and I'm pretty gross and overheated, but we'll keep going for a bit longer. We're on level 9, you know, it's not far to go, is it? Get to 12, was it 14? I think it's 14 we need to get to, which is difficult. Level 12, I guess, unlocks the stacker because that's the blueprint shape. We'll find out soon enough, I guess. We are almost there on purple circles. Oh, it does tell me what a compact merger has been. unlocked. It does tell me. It's early actually, compact merger. Earlier than I thought. It's the merger, not the splitter, but yeah. Okay. Cyan stars we were already making and I cut them away. Never mind. Let's simplify things. Stars. Get 3 lines here. One, 2, 3. Okay, cyan is green and blue. Then we want to belts as well. There's the green. There's the blues, I guess. Just move that one. We need to colour mix them, which 4 machines. Outputs joined up. There we go. Inputs lined up. Looks good. We need multiple of them. Just feed that one in there. I need to leave 3 short, so there, and 1, 2, 3 there. It's kind of not worth doing it this slow, really. Could have done one of them and got it moving rather than trying to build at this scale. It's always me in factory games, building at too high of a scale really for what makes sense. I like making lots of stuff, but sometimes it's better to do a smaller amount. Over. Green there. Blue into there, and a blue into there. That'll make us 3 lines of cyan. Painters, we need 4 for each time. Let's do that way, I guess, maybe, whatever. It's there, just them 3. Inputs there, just them 3. Not sure if I've left enough space to get everything lined up, but there we go. We'll wiggle it around if we have to. They need to push in. They need to go under. There we go. Put the cyan in. They're going there. And that's going out there. And there. Okay. They're built. Just got to bring the inputs in. Looks fine, although slow moving. So slow. It's funny. Where's the hub at? There it is. Don't even need that many of these actually. We got half of them done already earlier. Overdid it. Should have just done 1. 2 per second isn't that bad actually. Should have got them moving because now we're just kind of waiting. Let me do the cheeky thing. We're on level 10. which is this. Level 11 is jellyfish, which we need the stacker to do, but we're going to get the bottom half by cutting what we've just done in half. So I need green top half circles to combine with, and we'll just do one line. It's halves actually, so can't do that. We'll end up with 2 lines of them. Green, so 1, 2, 3, 4. Shape in, and wrong way, and outputs. Circles are going in there. It's going under there. We just need to push that into there. Then what we're going to have is cutters, which we need 2. We're going to want to rotate, but only clockwise. Careful. We want top halves. Spoil the achievement now. So top halves is them once, then 3 times. Join them up. And there's 2 lines of top halves. Work this out in a bit. Could keep them running. See if we get to the 3.5 or not. This is what we're making. There's the next shape needed. Which maybe that'll get to 3.5 if we leave it afterwards. Possible. Doubt it, but possible. Such cheating, but and we know what level. So level 12 is blueprint shape. We still need to do 13 and 14 as well, which is they're not so bad. Don't think we'll do them today. I am getting a bit warm, but you know, fun to make a start on it all. We can make the logo shape now that we've got the stacker. Let me do this first. Get the jellyfish going. Just going to take one of these lines and put cutters on it. And we want bottom halves of them. Are we going clockwise? So that is once and 3 times. Join them up. The faster we stack, half an item, so we need 4 for each of these. Let's get the outputs. They go there, we'll go this way. Everything's going to need juggling around here, that's fine. They're going in there and there. It's going in there and in there. Which do need to carry those lines forward. There we go. Send that under that and that. There and under there. Jellyfish shapes, lovely. Put them into here. And then can we make a logo shape? Can't even remember how. Maybe not. I need a square and a circle. It's a good start. I need some white dye. Which will just, make wherever. Doesn't matter. I'll probably use this save to get those achievements ticked off, but we won't necessarily get them today. Unless I could just take a short break and then do them, but I don't think they're really going to take that long, are they? I don't want to fry my brain completely, but yeah, I don't want to push through too long. We'll see. I think I'm going to need to look up how we do this. Not sure. Cut them first into quarters. Careful on the rotation. Do it like this. Then we're doing is taking some opposite ones. So let's do this. Joining them together. They're not opposite ones. Those are they? Just BBing things so that they move. Then we need I guess a half here. Leave by not doing that. Combine them. We'll need to work out where the colour comes into this, but this will give me the shape for now. Then we cut. That's wrong, isn't it? It's the square that needs to be small. Try that. Should just look up what the shape is, shouldn't I, rather than guessing. We'll see how it goes. And then we cut that. We bin that bit. That's half, and then we take this bit of square and bottom left. Careful how we rotate that one once. Join them. Join them. Just need the right colours. We're doing on. We're halfway through the jellyfish shape, so we're getting to level 12. That was one of the achievements. If we got here in under an hour, we might get that achievement. Without upgrading belts, so we can upgrade belt after this point. Then we need 2 more layers, maybe. Well, I think we won't do that one. We won't do the one that needs to get to level 14. We'll get to level 12, and we'll get this logo shape, and then we'll wrap up for the day. Rotate once that way. That's the correct shape, but the wrong colours. What needs to be what colour? I'm going to need to look that up. This is not going to be in game, I guess. I can't get to it in game, but it is there in various things. The circular bits are white, square bits stay uncoloured. Okay, so I need to turn the circles white before they go in, and job done. Maybe. Take a while to get through all this, but we'll see. Should work. For some reason this seems simpler than when we actually did it in the main base, but it could just be the scale of it, I suppose. And my willingness to just throw stuff in the bin and make a mess because we're not doing it for real. I'm just going to feed this into the hub or whatever. Keep it moving. We've been over half an hour, definitely. Yeah. I think we might get the speedrun in 60-minute achievement when we hit 1k, but definitely not the 30-minute one. I think we're a long way off that. Might check the video to see how far off so I know whether it's worth trying. Might be able to do it. Just need to get the scales correct from the beginning. Don't overdo it. Don't underdo it. This is more... And yeah, just know the shapes in advance. You can just get them all moving early, can't you? Things are lined up, get these kind of structures built into place. Don't know. Or is the achievement get to 12, or is it like the other one? We need to actually get to 13, probably. Not that is too hard. There's level 11 completed, we can chain extract. Lovely. No achievement? No. So we need to make the blueprint shape. Which we've got a bunch of parts to do here, but we need to make 1,000 of them. I'd like to find the plectrum shape in the world. We've got one nearby, that would be lovely. Don't really want to make them. It's football shape, close. No, doesn't seem like we're in luck there. So bring it from far out, but going at this belt speed, I don't want to bring it from far away. We'll have to make them. Fine. Ah, there they are. There's some. Let's take these. 1 belt, 2 belt, 2 belts. Sure. I need to turn them blue, and there's some blue right here. Lovely. Achievement. Make the logo shape before level 18. I did get it right. Cool. Got that one then. That's all the hidden ones done. It's good to tick them off. I don't think we're going to get either speedrun achievement doing this now. But oh well. 4 of these. And then the other 4. Inputs for the shape. Outputs for the shape. Inputs for the colour. Those little bits of belt in there. Those little bits of belt in there. And out there. Some undergrounds between them. So that one into there, that one into there. Bunch of shapes into there, bunch of shapes into there. We need to make white circles. Okay. I need colour mixes, what we're going to need. How do we do the triple? Can we do it? Yeah, we can. At the moment. Need to move over one. They go under there. And that should be fine, I think. Try it. Doesn't seem ideal. Whatever. Doesn't need to be ideal. Just trying to get it done. No, forward one. Don't need that one actually. Feeds into there. That one into there. No. No, that's alright. These go into here. So we need a splitter. Wherever really, but to feed into them. We do need to know what you're doing to get the speed run done. At least better than I currently know. So make one lot of white, which will do to begin with. Make more in a second. But let's get the stacking. No, we need the circles. Need to turn them white. I think that's the right number. Oh well. Sure it'll do. Upgrade available. We did get that. I mean, sure, why not? But not really going to benefit from it, I don't think. Good. Plug the white in, make some white circles, bring them up here. Where do them blue whatevers? Bring one lot over here. Stack them together. Make sure we get them the right way round. White circles on top. So they should be there. Good. Nice and simple. Goes into the hub where wiggle around all this, and there we go. It'll take a while to get there, but they're going in. We need 1,000 of them, so I would like to speed it up. So let's get another set of white being made. Somewhere. 3-way? No, 4-way for that build. Might not be the best way of doing it. Never mind. It's working. Now put... Can't work out what's going on there. Build these bits in first. You go into there. That goes into there. Could be closer in. I can see that now. Doesn't matter. They're going into there. Okay. So that should make white die. Then we need to do this again with the circles. Input into there, output out that way-ish. Not somewhere. Meet some friends. Plug them in there. We're getting there. I don't think I have the brain power left to do any more than this level, so I think that would be a good target for us. Another row of these, so I'm going to send that one there and bring this one up. Go. Again, plug that one into here instead. Wiggle this all over the place. That one under there, perfect. That'll make the white, that'll make the circles. Need another one of these. Looks good. Send them under there. White circles on top, and then these blue spectrum shapey things there. Didn't check. They're the wrong way around. Clockwise only. So we just need to go once. That's fine. Do that there with the other ones. Silly me. That wasn't ticking up and I should have noticed. They're coming that way. Output here. Just rotate them at the end there, that'll work. Good. It's in motion. More would be good, but I haven't really planned with that, have I? No. Or we do the next shape, which is like white circle on purple square, but I'm overheated too much for that. We'll see if we can get this one achievement. Not upgrading our belts until this level. And I'll finish off the other achievement and the speedrun ones, which I think we've missed now. Off stream separately some other time. I've loved playing Shapez so much, so sad to have like just seen everything in it at this point. Maybe in a couple years I'll have forgotten it all and enjoy the experience all over again. Would be pretty cool. Okay, they're flowing. There's a bit of gaps here and there, don't know why. Just where I've been chopping and changing things, I guess. Like, it's so slow, I really want to just make the belts faster, but that'll break the achievement. Who knows, maybe I'll have a good time attempting speedruns. If I do, we can stream them, but I doubt it. It's generally not my thing. We'll see how it goes. I've got other games lined up for next week, some interesting looking stuff. Well, you know, building stuff, production lines, that kind of stuff. General games we enjoy, but they might not. I don't think many of them will turn into a series. I'm not sure how deep the games are, but it'd be interesting to look at them. You know, who knows how long? Could be good for a whole week or longer. I am kind of looking forward to playing them, I guess. Just in a funny mood right now because I'm overheating myself. We've gone too long. We have in the heat. I wasn't expecting to be so hot today. This is like why I haven't streamed the past couple of days and that week last month. Leaves you feeling a bit rough, a bit of a headache coming on. Which is, you know, not streaming tomorrow, so I can rest up a bit, hopefully. And then things should cool back down again. A lot of rain forecasted for next week, which should help, actually. Fingers crossed. We'll see how it goes. No big deal, anyway. Just need to stock back up on ice creams again. Stay hydrated, drink more. Come on, blueprint shapes. I know it's only 4 per second that's going in, but we're trying to get achievements here. And when did we swap over? I think we've got maybe like 2 or 3 minutes before the longer speedrun achievement expires. Can you check? Minute per hour, seconds minute per hour. No. Doesn't look... The stats don't seem to have a how long we've been here thing. Maybe the save file doesn't matter. Not trying to get that achievement anyway. Just if we get it, we get it. But if not, I'll get it off stream. It's 2 full belts. Well, those belts aren't particularly quick. Halfway there. Kind of like to speed it up. Not the belts, the process. Oh, we can't. We can make a whole other line of them, but I don't think it's worth it. We'll try. We'll try. See if it can help or not. That way on the outputs. Is that bit lined up at least? Make another set of white. That's the most awkward bit we don't really have space for. Set these a different way, I guess. Do them over here. Sure would be nice to copy paste it. I might send it upwards actually. See how that goes for us. Probably pretty bad. Let me get the colours in motion coming down here. The output of this moving further as well. We'll bring that all the way over. Is it a gap of 4? See how that goes. So there and there. Go under. Not like that. That'll do the job. There we go, level 12 complete. It did get done before I could build that. We did get there in under 60 minutes. Nice. Copy pasting is unlocked. So yeah, we got there before I could finish that. That's fine. We don't really need them anymore, necessarily. I'll leave this as it is and come and finish off those last achievements. That one achievement reached level 14 without rotating the other direction. So we can upgrade the belt now, and that, that'll help me get there. But we've got a couple more shapes to do that I don't have the energy for today. But hey, that's pretty good actually. I'll just double check that. There's 2 achievements left. Speedrun in under 30 minutes to this point. Half the time it took me this time. You need a plan and a clear brain, I guess, to do that. So that's not going to happen. And yeah, don't invert for the next 2 levels. So I'll finish that off stream at some point. But hey, that's pretty good going. We got there in under 60 minutes. We got to this point, and we've got all the other achievements. That's it. It's 96% of the achievements so far. There's 2 to do. That's nice. Good to be at. But yeah, I am tired out. I'm sure you can probably tell at this point. So let's wrap the stream up for today. thank you for joining me. Those people who popped in and had a little chat, appreciate that. Lovely to see you. And people who've been lurking, of course, and anyone catching this later on YouTube or in the VODs. Thank you very much. I've really enjoyed playing Shapez and streaming it. It's been fun. Not a huge viewership, obviously, but some big fans out there who've joined in and become a part of it. That really that makes a difference. Makes it a lot of fun to be here when people get involved. It's kind of the point, you know. I could just play it on my own if no one's going to get involved. So despite it being such a small game, it's been great to meet some other fans, people in the Shapez community or whatever you want to call it. Really great time. Hope I have an excuse to play some more of it or to stream some more of it in the future. Or Shapez 2, you know, it's on the way. That could be a good one, really. Could be good fun if the game turns out good. Fingers crossed on that. Tomorrow I don't stream, I mentioned that. Don't stream Mondays, so not here. But then next week, if the weather does what it's supposed to and nothing unexpected crops up, we'll stream every day. First game's on my list, Autonauts. It's got some, you know, it's like a little town building game, but you program robots to help you build. Looks like fun. And Little Big Workshop, which is like a production chain or production line game. You make products step by step in both of them quite cute art styles. We're going to check them out. We'll see how it goes. Probably quite a short series if more than one stream. Well, could just be one. Check them out. And plenty of other little things like that we can check out. So we'll see how next week goes. Those are some ideas. We'll play some other games. As always, you know, follow here on Twitch, subscribe on YouTube, join us on the Discord, get involved. All those things much appreciated, and the people who've done that so far. Really appreciate you guys. But that's all for today. Let's find someone to raid off to before I go get a couple of ice creams to cool down. Let's see who's on. Not so many people for a Sunday evening. Recommended anyone? Go to one of our usual guys, can't we? Check that. Not really anyone in Shapez could give it a go. Someone looks all right there, but don't think so. You know, I'm not one for risks. Someone. Combat. We saw combat recently, right? We did, which is always fun. Still. Let's go. Melancholy's Elden Ringing again. That's fine. Somewhere to chill. Good vibes in that community to go chill with. If I can spell it wrong. As always. That's cool. I'll go lurk there while I cool off. And, you know, as always, whatever you guys are up to after the raid or after watching this video, do have a good one. Enjoy the rest of your days. Hopefully you can come join us for some streams coming in the next week. Lovely to have you here. But either way, do have a good one.